because of all the extra shit I did, we're going to be starting this episode at level 43. Which I would assume, considering this is the 9S part, is probably a little bit ahead of the difficulty curve.
Yeah, because I finished the game at like 50-something, so...
And I'm really hoping that, I don't know when, but I really want to do the fucking Lore of the Valley during this episode, because I think, if I don't get too distracted, we could probably get close to the Flooded City, which I think was the last chapter of the first run, before...
No. So, Flooded City...
and then it ended back... Did it end back in the hole in the main city again?
No, okay, so the Flooded City is the part where where 9S and 2B separate.
Yeah, then there was the corrupted city, and then there was the factory after that.
Yeah, so 2B has to go after the Flooded City. 2B goes back down and finds that like weird city where she fights Adam and kills him. Then she has to go do the weird shit that's at the factory where 9S is like hacking into robots and stuff and talking to her through the robots. And then after that, shit. I feel like after that you go do one more thing and then shit goes to hell, I think. I think that's the order of it.
I thought this would be...
Now, given like the one more thing is just like go talk to Pastel or something, like it's something minor, but...
I thought that an interesting place to start would have been... Basically, I was thinking that a recap would be kind of interesting because some interesting stuff did happen in this run, and probably just to kind of get to where we were, but I'm like, would that even be all that interesting, to be honest?
I mean, it depends if there's something crazy I don't know about, but to my knowledge, the last thing you did was the, unless there was some super cool side quest that you did that I didn't do, which is potentially likely.
The one side quest I did want to talk about was, the wise robots, because I think it had probably some of the most interesting implications, and I didn't even really understand what it was, because basically the side quest itself is that there's these three, they're always generic robots, but there's these generic robots that are in the main city map that just ignore you, and they're just staring off into space.
Yeah.
So when you go up to them, what I think you're supposed to do is that you're supposed to hack them for the hacking challenge, and then during the challenge, you realize that they're standing there because they're constantly cycling through existential thoughts about their place in the universe and what their purpose is.
Yeah, I remember that side quest. I did that one.
The thing that confused me about it was you don't really get your normal quest progression through it. So what I ended up doing to all three of them, and I don't know if it's what was supposed to happen, was I hacked them all again. They are completely immobile, and then they basically explode. Except for the third one, where I think if you do that, or you don't have to hack it twice, basically, from what I understand, he kind of gets to an outcome in his existential thoughts, and he just jumps off his rebar and kills himself. Because he realized that his purpose is to fight, and I believe that he thinks that the thing that he's fighting doesn't exist anymore, so he has no purpose. And I thought that was probably the most interesting one because it had probably the longest reaching implications throughout the entire society that's been in this place. Sorry, I forgot to hit the button. But I suppose the most interesting thing I wanted to talk about was the Simone boss fight, because obviously with 9S and his hacking abilities and it being a major source of damage throughout the fight, you're most likely going to do it. I don't know. It's probably required on top of it, but I can't remember. Yes,
there are parts during the fight where the game has you hack if you haven't hacked at all. Now, given it's like the best damage you can do as 9S is through hacking, so...
I know there's a staircase or a broken gate thing I have to get through.
Yeah, so you procced it, you just have to wait for the dialogue to be done, and then you're gonna get attacked. Like, you procced it. You had to walk up to that gate that you walked up to, the closed gate. Now you have to fight robots.
You're getting distracted.
And then they introduced the Forest Kingdom. So the thing that they introduce in the Simone boss fight is the personal struggle that Simone, the boss, is going to, which is probably the best sort of stuff that you can add to any sort of boss fight, is to give the boss any sort of character stuff. That it, like, just motivation in general, instead of it just being a boss. And the way they presented it was very interesting, and it reminded me of a book that I read, because very rarely I do actually read things. Ages ago I read the book House of Leaves, because it was recommended on just a random podcast shout-out. Just out of context, and I was like, they described it as a very good horror book, and I was like, I'll read it. And the way they presented the Simone boss fight is pretty similar to how that book tries to do horror, which in the latter half of the book, it doesn't really work for House of Leaves, because it is a book. I mean, I can appreciate them trying, but it just doesn't really work. If you've read it, you definitely know what I'm trying to get at. But the way they try to do horror is that they start printing the book in weird text alignments, in weird fonts. They start twisting the words themselves on the page, and Simone was kind of doing something similar, where the text of what she was saying was getting distorted immensely throughout, and it was starting to print like that, where it was just like an infinite sentence. It started covering the entire screen, and I thought that was very interesting to visually reflect the insanity that Simone went through, because her central struggle was that she was trying to understand love towards this random top-hatted guy of the... I don't know if he was a part of the Jester cult or not. I don't know if they're explicitly the same thing.
She was trying to figure out beauty because she loved him. She was trying to make herself more and more beautiful for him.
So what ended up happening was that her central quest for beauty, she went through everything that she could think of in terms of what beauty meant and how to achieve it, which eventually spiraled to the point, because she could never attain the thing that she wanted, started getting to the point where she was consuming androids because she thought that's would achieve her ends, and which kind of explained
hack these enemies.
You want to hack these guys?
Yes. Or at least the one on the horse.
Well, let's see if I can get into that inside the melee. Now, where did he go? There you are. No, not a complicated one.
Does it have to be just the last one? Just keep hacking them. There's cutscenes if you hack these, so don't just murder them for the sake. Well, too late. Okay, you just get it anyway when they all die. Got it. Because I was like, I got this when I hacked, because that's how I killed them, but...
Oh, it's not actually all that long ago in the grand scheme of things. This
not the Forest Kingdom, no.
It's like the 111th century. It's like 11,000 something. Not with me, Master Arm Droid. Giving a sermon, I guess.
The founding of the kingdom.
I guess I really didn't see who the Forest King was. I thought I did, but I might have seen...
Yes, you did. You saw the baby, and then she killed it.
I remember seeing the grave of him in the side quest. But that would assume that he died.
Well, so in the original run, you get to the end, and the king they're protecting is a baby in a cradle.
Oh yeah, because that's where A2 jumped into the story?
Yes, and that's where A2 jumps in the story for all of 2 seconds and then leaves for the entire rest of the story on the first run of the game.
Well, who cares about an assassin bitch running around, right? It's not like we need to keep tabs on her. when we're running into a corrupted city being generated nonsensically.
These machines.
I'm assuming we probably have a lot more side quests regarding that guy who lives in the forest out here.
Maybe we should take a look.
I mean, it is a legit castle. It's just they're training out here.
Which guy are you referring to that lives out here?
The guy who takes in deer. And
No, that's that one and only side quest is the only thing about him.
I mean, he had 3 side quests. It was
Okay,
It was
so
an
that chain of
extensive
side
character.
quests, I guess. What is that
Actually,
orange on the map?
yeah, the quest was over here. And I was like, it's full of animals.
Well, it
So
might
does
be
this
it.
matter?
It might be a. Do you have the quest where she wants you to go to the places for her memories? Because that might be what this quest
Oh,
marker
yeah,
is.
this might be photographs.
Because one of the photographs is of this waterfall.
Okay. I almost finished it, so I think this is actually the last one because
The desert one is the hardest to get to because you have to navigate through this desert storm to get behind it.
Oh, it was completely ridiculous too. It's like the sandstorm is made out of invisible walls, but it doesn't extend all the way out.
It's not for
So
us
it-
to judge their value.
Like, my gamer instincts is like, that doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Yeah, I guess.
Should I even bother hacking these guys? Because, like, I don't have to fight them.
I mean, there is a cutscene from this, so.
Well, I guess I will. I mean, it's not like they're not exactly threatening.
I mean, also by hacking these guys, like they might have been harder as 2B, but hacking these guys, the one will explode, damaging the others, so you can get through them pretty quickly just by hacking over and over and over again.
With these guys.
What the
Because
hell?
look, he did half health to all the other ones around him.
I might get hit after this one.
Probably not, because the guy in the air is probably gonna get hit by the explosion of this guy and die, because almost all of them are at half health.
I don't think... Yeah, I did have vertical range. I
You
was
didn't
like,
get hit though, you dodged it.
That doesn't look like it has the vertical range to touch him. But he's level 39. I mean, he's one of the lowest level ones in the Bible.
You also didn't get touched by him, because you dodged in time.
Oh, I did, I think during last episode I also I maxed out my storage and I think I respec'd all my cards.
Hold on, there's a guy over there. There's one more guy in the middle of the camp. That's
One
probably
more
why you haven't
guy.
gotten the cutscene.
Well, you gotta kill the captain.
Because I know there's multiple cutscenes that you get when you kill the enemies on the way to the castle. Yes, no, no.
Maybe the captain
not-
did.
Do we only get it from like the hunting party guys that are riding the horse, or those are the only fights they give it to us? I know there's multiple of them.
Well, we can kill everything. You know, I'm not no skin off my nose. But come on, get in range. Well, I mean, you're not in range of anything, so this isn't actually going to do much except kill your brother in arms. So we're not massively over the difficulty curve, but you know, it's a decent.
I mean, I think they might just level up to where you're at, but yeah. I don't remember where I was at this point in time. All I know is I finished the game somewhere in like the 50s. Like, I don't know if I got to 60. I might have got to 60, I don't remember.
I really do find those scaling up mechanics annoying because it makes it very hard to see my progress throughout the game. I know why you're doing it, but it's still annoying. I would much rather see, you know, my efforts rewarded. It's one of these patterns.
I mean, yeah, it's a bigger guy.
No, I meant this specific pattern where half of him is, like, shootable and the other half isn't.
What? No, this is most patterns are like this.
Oh, dang it. I couldn't tank my way through that one.
You don't need to tank your way through that, just just move with it. Remember that you literally have a button that sticks it so that you're homing, like you're you know, there's a lock on in that screen. You can lock on to enemies while in that.
Well, now this
You
is
just
just
have
to
to-
prove something. Hey, you summoned another thing, didn't you?
Okay, you move with it. It's slowly moving to the right. Just stay inside of it and slowly move to the right. Aren't you getting any more cutscenes? I swear to God, I had multiple Maybe they're very specific fights? I don't know. I just remember...
Well, then let's do all the fights.
I mean, yeah, let's just slowly move our way there, killing everything in our path. All I know is I got several, and they essentially tell the story of the founding of the Earth Kingdom. Or not the Earth Kingdom, the Forest Kingdom.
Well, we still have a whole packet of enemies in the castle itself. God, you guys are doing no damage.
So if you lock onto them, you should be able to hack. You should be able to hack from a farther distance, and I think you seem to be able to, because I remember being farther away from them.
Well, I can give it a shot.
So move with it. See how it's slowly moving to the right? Just stay in between the two lines and slowly move with it.
Yeah, get out of here, Billy Bob.
If you can't gather that, you're gonna have a really hard time later when it comes to like, you know, boss fights and stuff.
Well, we'll see when we get there.
Because essentially those hacking games, essentially all of the enemies are broken into like different challenge tiers, and depending on which enemy you hack is what game you're gonna get.
Okay, that was
So
across.
it's down here and to the right. I believe now the game introduced stealth hacks to you. Somewhere around here? Nope, guess not. It did for me, but maybe that's just because I happened to go where I could stealth hack one.
Well, there's another hunting party
So those
before we hit the
machines had a
castle.
king?
I
A concept like loyalty being understood by a machine.
I've seen a lot of weird shit in INS. I don't think this one's really above the tier. I mean, one of the weird things you saw was, Android related, so I guess it doesn't really count.
No, I don't. Okay, there we go. I was like, I swear to God.
We stood around for another 100 years and built half a castle.
His Majesty.
He died standing up like a true badass. Except,
I mean,
guess
his
we,
arms
like,
are on the ground. Yeah.
we'll build his grave around his body.
And now he's dead. And now he's dead.
Who will become our king? Nobody.
This sure is sad.
Yeah, you already know who becomes their king.
It sure is.
We fucked up picking our king.
But we royal knights still have a mission. We placed His Majesty's memory, his final memento, into this tiny child.
When he grows up, we will eventually put a body on the tiny child.
I don't know if they get that much. Honest to God, because robots don't grow, at least I don't think they do, or I haven't seen any evidence to suggest they do, so I think they understand that, like by human rules, the next king would have to, like, be a child and then be raised up to be the next king, so I think that's what they're doing in their heads, but they don't realize that, like, it's never gonna age.
Maybe that's a
like,
glitch in the system there.
Well, because that's a thing, in my opinion, that is the robots in these games. They're very much trying to emulate being human, while also not quite getting it right. That's not the way to the cast. That's the way you literally came from. You're backtracking now.
Yeah, it is. Well, you know, he had a whole 2-minute cutscene to stare at. Can't be staring at a map when a cutscene's in my face.
Yeah, but then you immediately ran up these stairs where you're standing right now.
And then I was like, oh my god, a complete bridge, it's over there.
Yeah, and it's the bridge you came from. The next thing you need to go do is the complete bridge up here.
I'm guessing this is the epic castle shot? Or, no,
No, the trees are shaking. There's a certain enemy you have to fight here.
Oh, hey, leg droid.
And then I think you get more of the story again. I don't think you had... I don't remember if you had to do this fight as 2B or not.
Yeah. Did I tell you one of the things that was starting to annoy me doing those side quests, that they started introducing gold-plated enemies that could only be damaged by hacking?
I don't remember any of those in my run, but okay.
It was so fucking annoying. It's like, it's your heavy attack. Have it be the heavy attack, not the only attack. Either that or it had like such severe defense to physical attacks that like just it didn't really even bother doing that at all. Ah, dang it.
Yeah, you move too fast. Like everything in there is moving slower than you seem to think it is. So you like panic and move into stuff when you don't need to.
Well, that I just took shitty damage for no reason.
Well, yeah, there you just slammed yourself into one of the orange cubes for no reason.
That orange cube killed me.
You slammed into that twice.
One. No, it's a good thing I still have a bunch of healing items on my back if I need it, and apparently I will.
Just like stay in one spot where like the main big laser can't hit you because there's a blurk in the way, and then let things come to you and then lock onto them so that you're automatically shooting at them. Oh, this Ray 2B is gonna kill this.
I mean, that might be true. I might get one in at least.
You've killed all 3 of your hits came from you backing into the wall. Alright, you got this one.
I will say that's been part of my experience, is that I've had to grind certain patterns because of my refusal to actually use the lock-on system. I don't really know why.
I was gonna say, I hated doing these until the lock-on system. I thought you had another cutscene here. Maybe not.
Maybe I will use it if it can
My
slow
brain
down
said
my
there was
speed
3
at least.
cutscenes to the thing, but...
Well, we still got the objective marker in the courtyard.
Okay, stop double dashing. You'll move faster if you just press it once and then keep going.
This looks like a king's
Activate the
castle.
thing, activate the thing. Is that one activated? Because I know you have to reactivate some of them as 9S.
Well,
I guess.
the objective marker's inside.
I know, but like you ran past the save point without potentially activating it.
Oh yeah. I mean, if that's the case,
That's why I was
we
like,
should
double check that. I was gonna say double check it, because like next thing you know, you'll have to fast travel here and you won't be able to. This
Okay.
one might stay activated. I know the one right before the boss fight you do need to reactivate.
I mean, it says it's active. There's no force field on it.
Yeah, then this one should be fine.
So since we're gonna be in the hallway fights for a little bit, maybe I should finish talking about what Simone did after the eating of the end. Well, kind of before it. I thought it was an interesting detail to... Why am I constantly doing boomerangs? I thought an interesting thing would be to recognize that it's a lot more obvious in the cutscene because obviously story stuff is happening, but the Colossal Valkyrie, the whole thing, that happened before the android consumption thing, and it turned out that, just like everything else, Simone is actually just a tiny robot, and the entire Colossus Valkyrie is just the colossal adornment that it put on itself to attain its beauty.
Yes, it built itself into a giant robot.
It wasn't actually a robotic Valkyrie, it's just a tiny robot in a colossal suit. And
No. It built on itself. Like it's not a suit. It like attached new stuff to itself. It's fully built itself into that big thing.
I thought that was
So
very.
it modified itself.
I thought it was very interesting because in the cutscenes you can obviously tell that the tiny robot core is
Still there,
it's
yeah.
in its collarbone.
Wait, what did you just say?
It's like that's pretty interesting that the whole it's not specifically
You said 9.
it's not specifically just a robot boss. It's a colossus built from just one of these small robots on its unattainable goal, which ultimately didn't matter. And the final straw of its sanity was that it turned out that its target in life still rejected her. And I think this box is open.
Yes, you already opened it. There is some weapons in here though, so do try to find the boxes that can only be opened by 9S.
I do want to find the confounding boxes because after opening a few, they did have really good stuff in them.
But I know at least one of them in here I'm pretty sure is a weapon.
I don't know if there's any more implications after that that we already don't know about. If its insanity was the Discord that disconnected it from the network, or the internal network of the amusement park, because everything's disconnected from the network.
Not everything's disconnected from the network.
Well, it seems like a few side quests. That's not really the central, but the background conflict is that they can't handle being disconnected from the network and being able to instantly communicate with each other, which is what happened with especially the father-son side quest, which I did end up having the opportunity to redo, and obviously redid.
Pascal's village is all disconnected from the network. The guys you're fighting right now, I believe, are disconnected from the network. Most of the ones you fight when you're just like running to and fro aren't disconnected from the network. Those ones are. Okay, so around here I know is one of the boxes. It might be up above on the next floor, but I know in these square rooms there's at least one or two.
I mean, the problem with that is that this thing is like fucking 7 floors tall.
Right, but like my point is double check that there isn't a path up, and then if there isn't one, then proceed to move forward.
I mean, there is. That's how I had to do like every floor trying to figure out how to find the grave of the king for that side quest, and that's why it really annoyed the shit out of me. Was because they fucking hid the entrance. It's like on the 3rd floor, which doesn't have a natural connection in the beginning.
Yeah,
So
I don't know if I did that side quest.
I would say it wasn't even worth it by the end of the day. I don't even remember what the reward was. But I realized that I think the staircase here goes to the 2nd and the 4th floor of that room, but not the 3rd one, which is... And all the floors look like really similar, so I was wondering what the hell I was missing. Okay, this one... I was gonna say should be simple, but then I fucked it up.
Yes, you did.
Sure, he's a big dude. Let's see what this does.
Oh, you stealth got this guy.
Oh, so this is a stealth mechanic, and it's not gonna be helpful at all.
I mean, kind of and kind of not. So, did your game freeze? Because it should be.
I don't know how.
Oh no, there's a. It considered the fight over, so not showing you another cutscene. That's what it is. Because this is 4 hours ago now.
Well, at least they're leaning into that thing that you were talking about. Like, pretty much exactly.
Yeah, where they understand this is how humans work, but don't understand that they don't grow.
Do they... So, did they lose their ability to understand that they're robots? Or that they don't understand how they were created?
I don't think they understand how they necessarily, like, how robots work, like, fully. I don't think that they think they're humans because, you know, Pastel's village and stuff do refer to themselves as robots.
That is an interesting thought to put into
the story. But they're very much acting like humans and expecting things to work out the same way they work for humans. You know, hence why they were screwing in the one place and yada yada yada.
It's certainly, that's leaning more to them understanding themselves more as humans than as robots.
Right, but they still refer to themselves as robots, is what I was trying to point out.
And that's interesting. Because if they, obviously they don't, how did I teleport here? That they can't understand that you just put the head on a bigger torso and that solves your problem. I think this was the thing that was fucking me over, is that I couldn't see that ladder to get down here.
Oh, gotcha. But yeah, look around for 9S chests. I know one of them's above you right now. I don't know if there's one below you.
Yeah, I needed to find that broken ass window down there. So it was
I
it was actually this ladder that I couldn't see.
Oh, gotcha.
There should be like one or two confounding chests around here.
I know where one of them are.
What's down this hallway? Oh shit, it's a hole. Oh, I found the Knights of the Square Table.
Interesting. I've never seen this either because I didn't find. So one was when you first got to the very first ladder element. One was
Oh, there's a shortcut box here.
I mean, I think you move that so you can jump back up the hole you fell down.
Or that, which, well, it's not a shortcut. Unfortunately, they had no good loot, so I guess I'm struggling to understand why this hole's here.
I mean, this loot might have been good in the if like you originally got here, but my guess is it's a trap. If you're moving too quickly, you fall in the hole. And
well, let's see
and
what's
then has
beyond
to
the
fight
hole,
for
if
it.
that's true. And that there's two.
Yeah, because this
holes.
definitely isn't the way to go. Because
Oh, here we go. Gold. That's a pretty decent reward.
okay,
Oh,
so
you can
jump
only
back.
you can only get in this room via that way. Oh,
Yeah, and then
how do
I think if you jump on the table, can you jump out, or do you have to like move it? Can you move the box closer over here?
Yeah, come here, box. Block pushing puzzle still not extinct as of 2017.
Do you have any of your swords at +4 yet?
I don't believe so, but I got them to +3, I think. At least my
Yeah, well,
at
because
least my
only
major
one
armaments.
only one specific character can level them up to 4, and we're just about to be able to get to him.
I put my sword at level 3.
Okay, well, so run back, go open the chest that you left behind, the hack chest that I know is there.
Well, we have to do that considering that place doesn't go forward.
Other way.
I mean, we haven't found anything, so I'm gonna fully explore it.
Yeah, but knowing you, you can forget what you haven't explored and what you have. For example, you already ran this way.
Yeah, this room is very similar to itself.
Okay, so up this ladder should be one of them. This is progressing forward, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah,
looks
that
like
hallway's
nothing down
progressing
here.
forward.
Is this the tippity top? No, there's
Yes, this is
another
the top.
ladder part. So eventually I'll get up there.
Yeah, but we don't get up there this way. But I know on one of these upper floors is one of the chests.
There you are, you bastard. Now where's your prompt?
That's
Oh,
that's
you're
when you already opened. So go back to the ladder you just climbed up.
Whee!
'Cause I think it's the other direction from this ladder. Otherwise, it's the next floor up, and we can't get to it yet.
Is that a big?
Okay, it's the
yeah,
next.
that's a
It's
hole
the
in the
next
ground.
floor. It's the next floor up.
Well, I was looking at that, I'm like, is that just a giant hole in the ground or not? Couldn't really tell by the shelf.
Oh, jump.
Hey, there you are.
Yeah, and this one's a weapon, if I remember correctly.
Oh, that was a very aggressive hack. Beast curse. I'll have to see if I have the upgrade materials for it later. What do I do have in my... Oh yeah, I am stocked up. I should be fine.
Anyway, you have to re-unlock this next.
I'm not dealing with the damn snakes again. It's not worth it.
I mean, you can kill them in literally one hack. Jump down. Jump down. See that icon down there? Jump down into the... Now fall towards the right. Yeah, there. Pull that block.
Oh, is that what?
Can you hear the hammer? Can you hear the hammer? Listen carefully.
I was wondering what the hell this was when I saw it the first time.
Yeah, so that's the block you need to get back up. However, pull it away, jump over it, and go to the other side behind it.
So it's a... Oh, fuck you.
There's a door there.
I'm not dealing with you. Yeah, I know there's at least a door there because, like I said, I went to this, like, way too many times, and I was like, what the fuck is there? I can't see what it is.
So go in there.
Oh yeah, now the door's open. I was talking about this block. Can I actually push it off of this shelf?
No, you need it to get back up.
Okay, well, it's there. Now, what was here that was... Oh. Hey, buddy.
He's the guy who can level up your weapons to +4. No one else in the game can do it. He also tells you about the legendary weapons, blah, 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 and I believe that starts a quest. Otherwise, he just tells you about them. The legendary weapons...
I guess I could level these things up.
So, anything you can... Well, pick carefully because, like, the level 3 are expensive and some of the materials for them are very rare. So, like, pick which ones you want to level up carefully.
Is Virtuous Contract the heavy weapon or the light weapon?
It's the light one.
Oh,
the icon to the left.
Okay,
Holy Blessing does... You do increased damage when at full health. That's the heavy one. You're upgrading the heavy one. 9S uses light weapons, so if you want to use it as the 9S, you would want to upgrade the light one.
Yeah,
but it does increased damage. The Holy Blessing does increased damage while you're at full health. If you go down to Cruel Oath and look at Cruel Oath, Dark Impulse is kind of the opposite. You do more damage at low health.
So I guess I'm going to be taking that sword off of 2B.
I mean, not really. Like, 2B will just have those swords.
Oh.
And then if you didn't buy those already, you can buy those here, but you can also buy those at Pastel Village and a couple other places.
And if you put them all together, you'll get the Messamune.
So he comments that the sword that 2B's carrying, you know, the one you just upgraded, is part of these 8 legendary weapons.
How the hell are we going to find 6 shrines?
They're around. I can tell you where they all are, but I don't think I don't remember if it's a quest or not. But there is a so the 8 of them are, there is a holy light sword, holy heavy sword. No, it's not 8. Wait.
Well,
yeah, no, it is 8. So there's a holy... No, it can't be 8. Hold on. No, there's 8 of each. There's 16. That's what it is. Because there's a holy light, a holy... Well, there's a whole... Of each weapon type, and there's...
Yes.
There's swords, there's lances, and there's fists. There might be just 12 then. Or not 12. Because there's 4 of each. So 4 times... No, 16. I was right.
It's certainly doing a good job of damage.
So, well, yeah, because you're at full health.
The ultimate benefit is really good.
But there's 2 holy swords, 2 cruel swords, so like the dark version of them. There's 2 holy lances, 2 dark lances, 2 holy fists, 2 dark fists.
Well, if there's 16 of these things and 14 of them are available, are they all that hard to find?
Wait. Did I only list 14?
Well, you said there were 16 and we have 2 or 3 of them. Maybe we have
There's
4 of them.
there's well, by default you only get the small cruel one and the 2 holy swords.
So 3 of them.
I think those are the only ones you get by default. The other ones are all found across the map, and they're not in treasure chests. They're like chilling on like stabbed into the ground. So like, remember how 2B's greatsword was when you went on the quest to find 2B's greatsword at the beginning of the game? That was one of the very first side quests you got. Was like, go retrieve your greatsword, and when you find it, it's stabbed into the ground. Like, it's not, you don't open a chest or like pick up a little glowy thing on the ground. Like, the sword is literally visibly there. That is
That's how they'll be for the other 13.
yeah, that's what they'll be for all the other ones, if I remember correctly.
A2A.
That's too big.
I don't remember where the fist ones are. I know where the cruel, I know where one of the spears are, one of the holy spears are off the top of my head, and I know where the cruel, the great sword of the cruel is off the top of my head, and that's because the cruel great sword is in a hidden area in the desert that's kind of hard to navigate and get to.
That wasn't too bad. Did that, okay, it did actually register the name. Oh, I totally forgot this fight. Oh, it's
I will show you. I think one of them is expertly hidden. Not in the sense that it's hard, just that I think where it's hidden is kind of clever.
Hidden in plain sight.
Yeah, it's kind of hidden in plain sight. So, and that's the holy spear that I remember. I don't remember if it's the heavy spear or the light spear, but I know it's one of the holy spears.
Yeah, I don't like this fucking pattern. This one was.
Oh yeah, that one's a pain because it's hard to get around the middle guy. You kind of have to position the. You have to move the middle guy to a very specific like area so that you can kind of keep enough opening around him so that you can keep going around him. Anyway, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'm gonna be back.
Oh, how about a story thing? Well, you already know what the story is.
I mean, it's just fucking a girl that doesn't matter in like any of the runs until next run. the character who's the most mysterious. The character who's the most mysterious is gonna be mysterious, is what's happening right now.
Let's go after her, 2B.
Okay, and then I think we just get out of the castle, if I remember right.
Yeah, you go after her, and you're just leaving now, and then Pascal will like catch you on the way out and open a shortcut and take you back to her village through a shortcut.
Oh yeah, that door that fucked up the first run.
Patch me through to the commander. Patch me through to
Why did it fuck up the first run?
Well, because we were like, how the fuck did... I think you were like, how the fuck do we open that door? I remember that door, we can't open it. It's like, well, it eventually turned out to be the shortcut from here to there.
It's not a big deal that I couldn't remember how it opened. That didn't fuck up the run. It was just like, I vaguely was misremembering what it was for.
It's so classified that we hid all the information in space. So you can't have it.
All right.
Oh yeah, I remember I was seeing these earlier, or maybe you were here. The like paper craft, maybe thoughts that 9S is having.
They were always together.
Thoughts he's picking up.
They never understood why. And yet they spent their lives nestled together. Forever.
Until you killed all of them. Congratulations, you dumb boy. Look at what you did. You took an abandoned kingdom and broke it into tiny pieces.
Pascal, this is 9S.
Now that everyone's sad.
You survived. How wonderful.
Yeah, we're fine. But there's something we want to ask you about.
Of course. Anything.
Actually, it needs
I don't
to
know
be
why
in
this
person.
run does this, but like near a bunch of the vending machines, they're just random moose.
Enemy invaders.
And it's not just a random thing either, like we saw during the last episode. It's like, it's consistent. There's always a moose there, and in the desert center, there's always a boar. I still don't understand why. Just to be goofy? I was kind of well, the lore of the forest might be literally down in the pit, so I might not even be able to see it on the minimap, and I would really like to do that, because it's been really annoying me on the back of my mind. Although I don't even know if I can get over here from the back half here. I mean, I don't have to do the side quests now. I mean, I don't need the levels, so I can just come back here at my leisure. So I don't really need to worry about it too much. Well, good luck defeating all the boars by yourself, I guess. We'll see you in the funny papers. Ah, poor guy. He's not going to be able to kill anything with this white flag. Wonder if he'll even attack, or his pacifism runs so deep that he won't even bother. I guess it depends if the boars see him as a threat or not. Oh yeah, that reminds me. That fucked up quest requires, like, a ton of money, and I just barely have it because it costs like $100 grand. Like, just completely insane amounts of money for that fucking half-wit guy. I don't know. I kind of just want to get it off my map and off my list, but I mean, that's a lot of fucking money.
It'll be faster if you just take a look at this recording.
Have you seen this person as I literally fuse my recording into your body?
We all understand her to be rather dangerous. However, she's never visited our village in person. My apologies. That's all the information I have.
I see.
She secretly supplies me with all my fuel filters.
Let's stay sharp and head back to the resistance camp.
I'm just not going to tell you about it for some reason.
Data and resupply.
What's our consciousness data mean in the grand scheme of things? It's too bad he's going to be missing out on his favorite tune of this whole thing. Oh yeah, I can put away photographs now. Is there actually a vending machine at the beginning? I suppose they have to be. There'd have to be a vending machine at the beginning of the forest area. Yeah, there should be. Like, it'd be ridiculous if it didn't. But I mean, even if it didn't, there's one during the connection one. So what's the big deal?
9S. Why did you ask Pascal about A2?
Huh?
It's not recommended.
Well,
to
who
interface
else are we
with
gonna
machines
ask?
without
Clearly
consulting
the bunker isn't gonna tell us anything.
Though I suppose such intense curiosity can be admirable in its own way.
Thanks, 2B.
Still, machines are the enemy. Don't forget it. Don't forget it.
I get it, I get it.
Operator
Calm
210
down,
to 9S.
Mom.
This is your regularly scheduled contact.
Yeah. No problems here.
Copy that. I also need to inform you that...
Yeah, Mom, too. I just got a nice, shiny, sharp sword that I can chop the hologram in half with.
Really? I'm happy to hear it. I couldn't have done it without your support, Operator. You're always so cool under fire, not to mention beautiful.
Flattery is unnecessary. Operator 210 out.
You really meant it, though.
Well, yeah, but she didn't want to hear it, 9S. That's kind of the problem. Yeah, you know, I don't even think $5 grand can give me to the goddamn $100 grand I need for that stupid guy. Everyone is sad now for some reason.
Oh, 2B. Your timing is impeccable. Our android forces currently have a carrier deployed in the Pacific Ocean. It should be back here to resupply.
Oh, this is the missile quest.
The Resistance is assisting with the mission, so I'd like to ask you to run.
Now, is this the flooded city or is this still in the main city?
Dead serious. There's a stop.
I mean, it has to be the flooded city, considering they're talking about a missile carrier and the shoreline.
Machine activity lately. We need to stay on our toes. Of course, if you're already working on something for your hub, I don't mind if that takes priority. Anyway, thanks in advance.
Is there a side quest behind me? No, there's a side quest right here. Did I not do this the first time? I mean, I clearly didn't, considering that's why it exists in the first place. I don't know. I wish he was back already, and then I could ask him if we should go do side quests or continue.
Where should we start?
We could check out the energy reactions generated during battles. The fusion reactors of androids and machine life forms shut down when they're destroyed. And we can detect the energy release during that process. We're the only units doing any combat missions in this area, right? So if we detect any stray energy reactions, it probably means A2 is involved. Yeah, okay. We've got some readings.
Oh yeah, this one is the tube one.
I'll put it on the map.
Actually surprised I jumped straight into it. I'm usually not that on the ball.
Operator 210 to 9S. Come in, 9S.
I'm here.
I've sent you a new data retrieval request. Please read it. Over.
Hey, wait just a... She didn't even give me a chance to turn her down this time.
Isn't that kind of a benefit, 9S, so you don't look like a goddamn fool all the time? Maybe she's sparing your feelings. I wonder if there is going to be a fourth playthrough, because I think it's pretty clear at this point that A2 is probably going to be one of the runs, if not immediately the next one. Because, I mean, why wouldn't you use that mysterious character to do something with or not? Unfortunately, I was blinded by the sun and wasn't able to do my job. That's an ending, too. That's how you fuck up.
Alright, I'm back.
Oh. I was just
I grabbed a
pontificating
snack.
about-
Why must we read all
Oh, you came at a perfect time. We got new content.
I am. I think this is this the conversation we asked about his name?
But can't we just transfer all this
I think I need to
data
turn
over
you down a
instantly?
little bit.
Into your head, perhaps, but not to your heart.
Guess.
Hoping that didn't mute you. Some.
Guess.
No,
Hey,
there's still volume to go, so that's
My
not
name?
muted.
Eve? My name? This book says it's a woman's name.
So you guys literally just
Shouldn't
picked
we
up the
be called
Bible?
Cain and Abel or something instead?
Humans wouldn't change names so easily. Besides, you should be proud of the name Eve.
Huh. Well, if that's what you think, then I'm fine with it.
Glad to hear it.
Is it that easy to convince your twin brother?
Is there something else?
After we're done reading, can we go out and play? I'm sure it'll be tons of fun.
All right, but only after we're finished.
I'm your brother and also your father somehow.
I mean, more like his babysitter, but
You do that. You do that.
I mean, do remember that the next like the next thing you're gonna do, I'm pretty sure, is fight them.
We fight a lot of
No,
them
you
in
already-
the flooded city.
No, you already fought them, right? You would have already fought them at this point in time, yeah?
I mean, yeah, we had the first fight, but that was during, like, Chapter 3. No, wait, we fought him. We fought Adam. I don't know, we didn't fight Eve, because Eve came into existence. We fought them at the UFO site.
No, yeah, you fought both of them at the UFO site. That's what I'm thinking. So you already did that. I mean, given Adam's a boss in a little bit here, not Eve. At least for 2B, but you're not playing 2B. You're playing 9S.
Okay, so what's the...
Because the next...
level 40?
The next thing that happens after this break is that,
I can't remember if it's because 9S did something dumb or not.
Looks like the whole
I
city
mean,
is starting to sink as a result.
the big boss does like an EMT thing and everybody gets knocked out.
That sounds familiar.
It's the fish boss
Yeah,
thing.
it's the whale thing. Colossal whale submarine. Yeah, I was wondering if we should take a break for side quests, like, in between the corrupted, well, I guess corrupted city would be a way to put it.
Maybe. Because
I did really want to go back and do the Lore of the Valley because I'm pretty sure
yes,
with my terrible
go
hacking,
do the side quest.
With my terrible hacking skills, I could probably do that boss fight.
I was gonna say, after you do the Sunken City, because 9S gets separated, it's gonna be very hard for you to go do anything other than main story. So, I would go do side content now before you do the Sunken City stuff. So, like, don't go to the other side of this. Don't go to the other side of this. Yeah, if you do what's over there, you'll be locked out. I mean, technically, I don't think you're locked out 100%. Like, I think at some point you might be able to.
Well,
before the end, but
I would love to have 2 be as sort of a distraction during that fight because the fight itself is one of those typical bullshit bosses where like the actual boss itself didn't really kill me. It's just they gave it an extremely brutal AoE attack that I couldn't really tell what the range was, so it just like instantly killed me.
Gotcha.
Mostly because I think it was like 20 to 25 levels over me. Like, it was absurdly over leveled, but the damn thing is so fucking slow that is like, if it didn't have that attack, I would have been able to do it. It might have taken like 17 minutes to do, but I probably couldn't shoot my way through it.
Yeah. Do every side quest you can right now. I'll break out topics.
Well, did you want to talk about Paper Mario before Scooby-Doo or after?
Let's do it after.
Okay. So, like I said, I'm currently in Season 2 of the first Scrappy, cartoon, so we can talk about quite a few things. I probably gloss over Where Are You real quick in that it's still certified, like, it's still a great show, it's definitely, like, probably the best Scooby-Doo that you've been able to get up until that point. I think the weird thing about it is that a lot of the, could you please stop eating into the microphone, please?
I wasn't even eating there.
Well,
I wasn't even eating there, so I don't know what you heard.
Crinkling your bag, I guess?
Oh yeah, I was opening a bag of fruit snacks.
Okay. It was just distracting. Trying to put my thoughts together, which, as I figured out last week, I'm not very good at, which is probably why I didn't last too long doing solo streaming on the brief time that I was on Twitch for like, it might have only been like 6 weeks. No, I actually was on Twitch for like 6 weeks.
Oh.
Before I gave up. I was actually trying to do something I was interested in, which was doing random Souls likes off of Steam, because I was always kind of interested in doing I was thinking about calling it like the Steam Shovel, which is basically just random. A lot of people just do like random games off of Steam, because I think there's just kind of inherently interesting, mostly because a lot of, probably around like 85% of stuff that gets on Steam doesn't have like any public profile whatsoever. Now, how do I go all the way down? Because I'm pretty sure this quest is available by the guy. Yep, it's right there. Okay, man, I will fight your battle for you.
I'm gonna say, I wasn't in this part of the canyon. I went to the deepest part of the canyon. There's actually a weapon there and a chest that only 9S can hack. I didn't ever do. I saw this quest on the map and couldn't figure out where it was because I didn't come at it from the angle that you came at it from. Anyway, I am trying to open my fruit snack farther away from the mic, but the problem is I kind of need my teeth to open this. So I'm gonna mute my mic quick.
Since I have like 2 battles before the boss, I guess I can try to collect my thoughts on, because the thing I was talking about was that it's kind of interesting considering how well liked Where Are You is. That Season 1, it's got a weird thing going on with its Season 1 and technical Season 3, but technically Season 1 is definitely the longest part of the show, because Season 2 is only 8 episodes long, if I believe. A lot of the traditional stuff that we associate with Scooby-Doo was not first introduced in the first season. You definitely get a lot of your very iconic creepers from that season, I would say that even though not everything is iconic, as I would find later on, Scooby-Doo has occasional problems getting good monster designs. And I would probably say, in comparison, all the monster designs in Where Are You are really, really great. They do a really good job at being simple while also being memorable. Which
Yeah, this is the deepest part of the canyon. I've been here. I just haven't been to the other side of that block you moved.
Okay, so there's gonna be a second group battle if you obviously couldn't tell. But...
I can see it on the map. There is a chest, like a room back, that you can hack and has a weapon in it.
And then there's clearly, the Lore of the Valley, which I think became Lore of the Valley because of what's the trope? Is it Zoolander? The thing where it's like there can only be one and you have to...
That's Highlander.
The Highlander, that's it.
Zoolander is a comedy movie starring Ben, his name's escaping me.
Stiller?
Yeah, I believe so. I'm checking.
So the Lore of the Valley is in constant pain, and
yeah,
like I said, it can barely move. I mean, it's literally asking to die. No, you are something.
Get ready.
A lot of guys.
Yeah, but get ready. When you kill the last ones, that center is going to open up and the bullets are going to start flying out.
Oh wow, that did half of your bar?
Yes, hacking does a lot of damage.
I mean, I know I'm properly leveled, but like I said, I remember you being a complete asshat during the first. Okay.
That's one way you could have gone about that.
I know that I know I've done this pattern before. I just couldn't remember what the trick was.
You can shoot through the sides right away and get out.
Of course, the one bullet that fucking sneaks through, I get hit by.
What was with that thing?
It was talking. Maybe that machine who sent us here knows something about this. We should try asking her.
So yeah, obviously Where Are You is still as good as everybody remembers, and I would definitely recommend checking it out. Just know that if you go from Season 2 to Season 3, it might sound a little weird because they were made about 8 years apart. Because Season 3 of Where Are You was made as a part of the Scooby-Doo show, which was the third TV show they made.
Go to the left here? Somewhere around here should be the...
While we're here, we can check it out.
Somewhere around here, up on like a rock or something, is a chest. Unless this is not the deepest part of the pit, and you're in a different area than I remember being. Is there an elevator, like, somewhere nearby? Like a elevator door? Kind of over by where that waterfall might be.
Let's take a look.
No. It's a very big elevator. You're not gonna miss it. So this must not be the deepest part of the canyon. So you're in a different part of the canyon than I was in.
I was gonna say what a clever hiding spot, but then it was just copper ore.
Anyway, continue your thing about Scooby-Doo.
The second thing they
Oh
decided...
no, there's the elevator. So it's somewhere around here, because right there's the elevator. Turn around. It's not... you don't take the elevator to it, it's just by the elevator. The elevator is going to take you back up to the top. It's by one of these rocks. I think it's to the left and on one of those rocks. Wait, that's a chest, but that's not the chest I'm thinking about. I think it's to the left here, and then start moving back. I think it's on one of these rocks around here.
Now let's try this ramp and see if I get anywhere. So the second TV show that they did, and it was a pretty big gamble for what they decided to do, which was the new Scooby movies. And they were very legit about it. It was a TV show made out of
I think I saw it.
And
behind you. You're heading the wrong way.
Okay, where?
So go to the other side of this rock to your right.
Up here?
No, the rock. So 9S is right, like where his body was facing his right. Because you constantly move the camera when I'm. Yes, that rock. The rock you're pointing the camera at right now. Go to the other side of that rock.
The other side
Not,
of the rock.
don't jump over it. Just kind of go around it. Pretty sure it's right here. I thought. No, not down. Down like down one rock from here. No, I don't see it.
Well, I can do some. I can do a little bit of exploring.
It's not crazy platforming shit you're doing. It's gonna be way easier to find than this. Like you're trying to like jump out of bounds basically, and it's just like on a rock nearby. It's not anything nutty to get to.
Well,
I don't.
I'll take a more concentrated look then, and try to figure out what the default platforming is supposed to be here.
But it's not. Like my point is it's not. It's like just jump on one rock and it's there. It's not this huge convoluted thing you're trying to do where you're trying to like Skyrim up the walls. It's just like a rock or so up. I still think it's to the left of where you are.
Is it still to the left of where I am?
I mean, 9S is left, so you're heading in the wrong direction. So kind of behind you that way, yeah. Not to the left. I think it's on one of those rocks over there or something.
I could probably make that jump.
When we find it, I'm gonna be beating my head into the wall because you're literally not listening to what I'm saying. It's not this crazy platforming stuff. You're doing all this crazy platforming stuff, and it's not that. It's like much lower to the ground.
Well, I would say that one's a little bit more sensible than the other one. Because, yeah, when I was on the right side, I was just jumping up a bunch of angled rocks looking around. Which is the rock right in front of me. Are you sure?
My point is that, like, you're still not listening to me. It's not this platforming stuff you keep doing. It's not high up. It's like just jump on one rock and it's done. Like, from the lowest level. Jump on like one rock and you're done. Like it's not, you don't need to scale very high. It's just going to be on a rock around here. Just one rock. And I don't remember if it's the left or the right. I just know it's like one rock you can jump on.
Well, if you're sure that it's only one rock up, we'll check all the rocks.
Yeah, and I know it's from the left of... I'm pretty sure it's left of the elevator when you come down the elevator.
So it'll be over there?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's down that left path.
Probably too high now.
Yes, you are.
It's kind of a shame there's no secrets up here.
Goes to the other side of the elevator. Wait, is it right there? No. I don't think so. I think we already were up there.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame when the rocks are like the same color.
Yeah, well, my point is it's not this overly complicated thing you seem to think it is. It's just like, you jump on one rock and there's a chest, and you can hack it and open it.
Well, I was going up that last one, I was like, is there a different secret that's hidden? And there wasn't. I don't know. I think I've checked all the single layer routes.
Well, I know 100% there's a weapon down here.
Well, let's go. Let's wait. No, that was a rock that was shaped a funny shape.
It's not on the same wall as the elevator. I know it's on the opposite wall. Like it's not going to be to your right. It would be to your left if it was on this, like towards this direction, which I don't think it's towards this direction.
Well, before
And
I go,
I never moved that block, so I couldn't get to the other side that you're on right now, because that block is up above originally and you push it down. And I came through the elevator, so I didn't come through a way that let me move that block, and I didn't know where to enter to get to the other side of that block. So I never got this quest, but...
machine doesn't understand why the other machines are committing suicide. Yeah, it's not half bad. So is there a deeper part to this place?
Souls in heaven, huh?
I mean, the deeper part is where you were. That's the deeper part.
We can't jump onto that wall over there.
Oh. And it's definitely not on this side of that box that you pushed, because I never came over here.
Whee!
The weapon can be found near a waterfall within the canyon from jumping outside the shopping center, which is where you are right now.
Let's go find that waterfall then. Because there's only one water... Well, actually, there might be two waterfalls. Is it behind the waterfall?
No, I just remember kind of being on a run. I don't remember it being, like, hard to find. Like, it wasn't, like, super hidden or anything. It was just on a rock.
Yeah, the waterfall's right there.
I mean, there's two waterfalls, but...
Oh, Axe Boy. Oh yeah, Axe Boy can jump.
I didn't realize it was this far, though. To your right here? Is there a place to your right?
Well, at least there's a pickup here. Oh, wow. You guys build up a lot of bullets.
Hack them. Hack them.
Fine.
These guys have the lowest hack difficulty. You'll be able to kill them super fast.
Oh yeah, they have, yep, lowest difficulty.
Maybe it changes later in the game, because I remember these guys, like, being, like, just the single, and I thought it was weird. Like, I thought it was weird that these guys were just the, like, single ball hack. Whatever. Still not that hard of a hack.
No, this one's a pretty easy pattern.
Anyway, it's a short sword. It's down here.
It's something that I can use. Okay, chest.
Okay, it is apparently in this junkyard area.
Oh, here you are, confounding chest, and apparently other chests I completely missed.
The confounding chest is the weapon that I'm talking about. Oh, no, guess it's not. Because that's the weapon, the Phoenix Dagger. So I guess the confounding chest is something else. I thought basically all the weapons except for like the legendary ones were in the...
It's a poster.
Yeah, you can read it. It's in your archive now. It has, you know, it predates the robots and stuff, right? It's like a shop from when humans were alive kind of deal.
Huh.
There's a couple of those in the game that you might have found. So let's Letter to the Forest King. In fact, you might get more of these than I did because, there's some that I think I didn't get and I don't know where to get them because there's these numbered files in the game that I didn't get. Like, I have numbers that are higher and I'm missing numbers in the gap and I never got them. You will get the first of those files soon. And I think you have to, I assume there's a side quest or something, or maybe during like the next chapter you have to go there as 9S and just stick around or something.
Well, unfortunately I destroyed their entire kingdom, so that's sad. 11 bees. That must have been one one of the Yorhas that we.
You remember
tried to
the 3
save.
rogue Yoras? Do you remember the 3 rogue Yoras? I believe that was 11B was the leader of those 3. Like where you had to check one spot and then they're not there, and then you had to check another spot and they're not there, and then you check a third spot, they're there, and then they move to one of the other 2 spots.
Yeah, I think I actually read this before.
I think this is the 11B one. I mean, some of these pop up on your screen and like you have to read them, or like you can read them and then close them, like when you first get them. Other ones don't. It still labels them in new in here as long as you didn't interact with them new in this Intel archive screen.
So her sense of self completely collapsed. Thanks for stopping by, person who stuffed my poster into a locked box.
Yeah, this is about the 8 weapons, I think. Or it might be. Albeit, I mean, those are the weapons of the game, but they're not the legendary weapons. In fact, I don't think any of those weapons are available in the game.
Oh, these are the, these are the files that Engels was sharing during his side quest.
Oh no, I was right. There's only 8 legendary weapons because there isn't light spears and heavy spears. There's just spears and fists. There's only one category of those. So there's 1 holy fist, 1 dark fist, 1 holy spear, 1 dark spear. And then there's a holy large sword, dark large sword.
Oh hey, it's that deer that I was bragging about.
I should see how long it takes you to get one of the weapons. There's a weapon that's in like a kind of a platforming challenge.
Might be able to do that quite well.
It took me a bunch of tries, but I eventually got it. Oh yeah, old world information's the category and shit, like that's human related.
The nuclear weapons manual that I had to go find. It's not revenge, so it's okay, because we said that it was okay. Rule 11,034. Holy shit.
There's 13
Oh,
13 small swords, 9 heavy swords,
weapons.
9 spears, heavy swords, large swords, whatever you want to call them.
Oh, this is interesting.
Oh yeah, every time you unlock, there's more lore to each one. Can I read the Virtuous Contract one quick? Sorry, I didn't read it when you were reading it.
I'll just finish this quick.
Probably just on the wiki, I can probably just click it. I have the wiki open to the weapons page. How long can I fight amidst the bloody vortex of battle? How long, I wonder? How long can I continue to protect what I love amidst this endless war? How long, I wonder? How long can I continue to believe in a world laden with deceit and folly? How long, I wonder? How long can I lie to myself as I despair at the future dark of this world? How long, I wonder? I wonder what that might be. I think I know what that means and what that's referring to.
This treaty is, got something going on.
Ill to connect with my lover, far away went my lover. Yeah. I think I know, because of stuff I know that you don't, that we'll eventually get to, I think I might know what this might all be referring to. But it also might just be like... It might be more symbolic of what I'm thinking of, and not like literally, like, because I'm thinking like the words are literally from a specific person,
Oh, these
and
are
are referring to other stuff.
novels. Oh, that's just retelling something. Actually,
Yeah,
if
you
that's
can
the
click it to view
if
the...
that's the interesting cutscene, we could just look at it again.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you click it, you get the cutscene.
We could take a look at it again and talk about it.
Yeah, look at me, oh please, look at me.
Oh yeah,
I want your eyes to
it.
look upon me alone. Here I have not have I not become beautiful? Do these clothes make me look cute? Would he like it if I walked like this? I still don't understand what it means to love someone, but I've made up my mind. I will do whatever it takes to capture his affection. Long ago, an old machine life form told me something. Beauty is what wins love. But what is beauty? After researching the old world, I finally learned the truth. Beauty is pretty skin. Beauty is stylish accessories. Beauty is looking one's best. So a misconception of beauty based on our problematic portrayal of beauty. I will become beautiful. I will do it for him. I once heard tell of a precious jewel far to the east. It was said to be located on a terribly dangerous mountain, but I did not care. I slipped on the cliffs. I fell onto the rocks, but eventually I claimed the jewel. Blue stone. Brilliant blue. So beautiful. I lost many parts in obtaining this jewel. I lost myself.
So I guess this is what started the downward
But my
spiral,
wounds are badges.
is getting damaged and probably not fixing it.
There's a rumor floating among the other machine life forms lately. Devour the body of an android to gain eternal beauty. Such nonsense. It is physically impossible to obtain beauty by consuming an android. But I tried anyway. I would try anything. I wanted to vomit, but I kept going. It tasted like oil. Not a moment passed where I didn't strive to become more beautiful, but he still won't look my way.
I will say that during this, we were getting like basically JPEGs of the
Earth router progress.
Yeah, basically. So that it literally wasn't just a wall of text.
I know. I even tried to learn what is called a song. Songs can make someone have feelings for you. That's what they say, so I practice every day. But he still won't look at my way. I ate more androids. I even ate machine life forms. But he still won't look my way. He 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 won't look my way. Oh,
Yeah.
won't look my way, 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 and then continue and continue until the screen's filled, I believe. Well, not until the screen's filled. There's gonna be like 2 more lines or something, but maybe 3. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
I don't think it goes all the way to the bottom. He still won't look my way. That's when I realized he cares not for jewels or songs or beauty or appearance or anything else. I cannot win his love. Why have I done this to myself? Meaningless, meaningless, meaningless. I gaze into the mirror, and its reflection I see only my own meaninglessness, and so I scream. Someone, please, look my way.
So yeah, that was interesting because like I was talking about, where it just starts printing the story very weirdly. So we found your little dagger. No, not sure if it'll ever get used, but you know, we got it. I don't remember if there's any more side quests in this hole. I just wanted to do the boss fight, and it was remarkably easy because the boss basically didn't move.
Yeah. So I want to make sure we find all of these reports because I went to the wiki, and yes, there are 11 of them, and I think I only found 4 or 5 through the main story. And so I remember there being like, I picked up what was presumably the last one, and I'm like, what? What? Where's the other one? Like, what the fuck?
I mean, are these things really worth doing
Yes.
the completionism?
So not necessarily all of the intel in the game, but this specific intel is, and we'll get to it. I will point it out when we get to it, potentially today if we continue the main story, because if we continue the main story, we should get there fairly quickly, but if we do side quests, it might take us a while, and I don't know what your plans are. Just note that when you continue the main story, you're likely going to lock yourself out of side quests for a while.
I'm going to...
Potentially some forever.
I'm going to go check in with the Forest Dingus and see if he has anything else to do. Because I think I did like 3 of his quests, and I'm not sure if he loaded in any more. Actually, I don't even know if he's there.
Because yeah, I personally think while the game tells you a lot of stuff with the story, I think it some of it is breadcrumbs for you to go find the rest inside the game, and it's not like stuff you can just...
Yeah, that was kind of the thing I was getting a little worried about, was that basically I felt like I had a bunch of puzzle pieces, and I'm not really sure what the point is yet, like ultimately what the game is trying to say.
Well, so eventually we're gonna find out what all these puzzle pieces are about and stuff.
Because like I know the central thesis is the usual thing is like, what is humanity really? And we have a lot of examples of people's like answers to that question, but like it's a bunch of disparate answers. So I'm like, you know what's the central idea they're trying to convey here? Because these really aren't central ideas. It's just kind of a bunch of people approaching the question very weirdly.
Well, so, and that, at the end of the day, might be what the game is trying to do for that specific question of, like, what does it mean to be human? I don't know if the game is trying to give a solid answer to what it means to be human. It might. There's a couple things that come to mind that I could think of might be the game's, like, true final answer, but I don't even know for sure. However...
There's a vending machine over there.
Yeah, however, there's some stuff we will eventually learn that, I want to get the rest of, so that I can figure out what the fuck happened.
I guess I'm trying to get to the point of why this game was so highly recommended by the person that recommended it.
Yeah, well, so, and having finished the game now myself, I will state, if I gathered, I can see the potential with what I all know. Which is why I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, maybe if I gathered some of the missing pieces of the breadcrumbs that I didn't realize, I assumed they were all going to be found in the, like, of this specific breadcrumb that was, like, the big thing. I figured it was going to mostly be found, inside the game, like, through the main story, and, like, a good chunk of it is, but I feel like there's more missing, and, I fucking desperately wanted to know, like, the missing parts. Okay, and so as I said, there's 11 of these documents, and I think I got maybe 6 of them at most.
Okay,
maybe.
So for anyone who's wondering why the hell I went to the desert, I did actually go here for a specific reason. I'm not just being an idiot.
Are you going to get the sword I was talking about?
No, I was doing this one because I'm not sure what the next step of this quest actually is. I assume that this quest would start up again at some point, and I don't want to do it again where I half finish something and then I have to go redo the whole thing again. Because
What is this quest?
The last step of this was this guy who... This was the confidential information where we had to pick up Yorha chips from, I think it was like three downed units, and bring them to this guy who's just like snipering it up in the main city. The step where I left off was we found him holing up in some sort of derelict apartment building in the desert. I'm trying to remember specifically where it is. And we find out that he took the Yorha parts that we gave him, and he's been scavenging on his own to build a Frankenstein Yorha unit to act as his artificial family.
Oh, interesting.
But, like I said, I left it there, and I was like, well, what's the next step here? Because it's still an active quest in my log, so...
Yes, so... If you're trying to head to the city, you're not heading the right way. However,
I'm trying to find.
You are close to some other stuff. Well, so like the apartment. You mentioned apartment building. I know you're in the oil field right now. There is not going to be an apartment building. This area is known as the oil field. The apartment building is, I believe.
I swear that the building...
Forward to the right. There's a place you can teleport to the apartment area. It's got a box, but
I know that the building that guy was holding up in is in the desert.
Right, but my point is there's like 4 different zones that make up the desert, because there's like the big empty desert area. There's this, which is the oil field, and then there's the city apartment building area, which is where I think you mean.
Maybe if I take a look at the map, maybe it'll trigger me remembering something.
Okay, go up. I'm just gonna guide you to where the apartment building is. That's the main city area. City ruins. Go up.
Oh.
No, towards the desert. You're heading away from the desert.
This is the main city. So this is the desert part.
That's the beginning part of the desert.
Which means that the big center.
Go to the right.
Here.
Yeah, go to the right. So there's the big desert. Now go lower to the left. Go lower.
What's over here?
Go down. That's the big empty desert. Go down. Right there. I believe that it's either this one or to the left of this one is the city desert housing complex. Yeah, right there. City housing complex. So see where you are? You're nowhere near it.
Well, I'll go check it out and see if that holds the thing that I'm trying to remember. Maybe if it ends up just looking like here.
This isn't the way out of here. There you go. So the trick with the oil field area that you're in right now is just follow the pipeline. That takes you from one end of it to the other. There's other stuff hidden here. In fact, this is where the other cruel sword is. It's underground here. There's a whole underground section to this area.
Oh yeah, I did see the underground part because I had to fucking find a hidden path to find my side quests here. I didn't find a sword though.
It's in you have to hack a door as 9S, and then it opens the door, and then on the other side of the door is where it is.
Oh, I remember there was a door that a guy was guarding, and he needed to be interacted with, but that was probably in a different area in the desert. Because that guy kept getting exploded during the fights. I didn't bother.
That might be there's an elevator door that takes you to a fighting arena in the desert. In fact, there's one of those in almost every area of the game. There's one in the forest, there's one in the desert, there's one in the Sunken City, there's another one someplace else that I feel like I'm forgetting.
Oh yeah, this is probably the area I was trying to remember.
Yep.
Because I remember the building was tall.
That's leaving it. That's the way to leave it.
Is it down here in the alley?
I mean, maybe you can go up those stairs there, but the way to move.
This doesn't look right either.
I mean, there's more buildings. This area's big. You can run past this and go down a hall, and then end up in another area.
If I can find...
if you zip through these buildings here.
it's an area like this where it's like a carved out exploded part of a building. It's like inside of a building.
Yes. So my point is, if you progress, like this place is pretty linear, for the most part. So you should be able to find it if you just like progress.
This might be it. Yeah, I think this was where he was standing. I thought he was still gonna be here.
I don't know. Is this in the last route? Or is it in this route?
It was one of those quests I had to redo in the last route because I didn't finish it.
Okay, so you re-picked it up and restarted it in this route, so you were at a certain point. Turns out Rissa member was repairing broken Yorha models and turning them into his new family. Is that all it says there? You click it and scroll down on the left side.
No, that is it. You might want to just Google this one and tell me what the next part is, because I really don't want to miss this.
What's the name of the...
Retrieve the confidential information. Yeah, if we're going to be locked out for side quests, let's see if I can finish anything.
We will eventually get locked out for side quests. And then certain side quests aren't available, because... any side quest that's available in Route B, which is where you are right now, won't be available in Route C. I'm almost positive. Some might. Like, I know the fighting arenas are still available, but... what was the name of it?
Retrieve the confidential information. Anemone's past looks like it's in the factory. Yeah, it's in the factory. That was the Halfwood Inventor.
Meet him at the housing complex. Read the mail from the commander titled Search Order Annulment.
Oh my god, really?
And that's the end of the quest.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Is to read an email you got, which the characters probably talked about after you talked to the guy.
God fucking damn it. I literally could have finished this at any time.
Yep. Because, yeah, a lot of side quests end with, like, an email that you read about them.
Desired contents of the request are spelled out. Vestiges
It's the
of human
third one
life
down.
from the desert. These ruins are remains of probably where I am. The bunker server is approaching max capacity again. Save files. Recently, search order was issued for a Yora member who was in possession of chips. This individual has been found, the order is withdrawn. As a further note, the member in question has been killed by a machine. However, our search team still managed to recover the chips. They also located the corpse of another member. Huh. That might turn into a quest again.
It might. I actually don't know.
Oh, it's right here. How do I get behind this building?
Just keep moving here to the right.
Because I know this quest isn't going to take all that long, because I think I probably just have to
Left.
pick up something.
And then here's your area.
I can't remember what I'm actually looking for. Is it like in a chest?
It's probably a glowy spot on the ground. You did run past one a little bit ago, and my guess is there's more than one, because this looks like three things overlapping. However, I don't think this quest is related to that email. I think this quest is related to the email sent to you by operator.
Yeah,
whatever
think so
her fucking
too.
name
This is probably the data.
Because I think I did this one. Yeah, because I think I did this one.
Come on, prompt, fucking.
Come at it from the front.
Titanium alloy. Actually, can I see any loot from up here?
I saw one. I know where two of. I'm pretty sure the one you just looked at is one of them. It's not gonna. I mean, that box up there on top of that one staircase across the way is a weapon, by the way. The things for this quest are all glowy things on the ground. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, right there.
I hope she likes reading numbers.
I do think these quests you do for the operators affect the story, by the way, because I feel like there was story stuff that didn't happen with 2B's operator that could have happened, but because I didn't finish her quest for her operator, because it's 2B specific. And then...
There's a shiny over there.
And then I did finish the one for 9S, and I did feel like I got some special stuff for that.
Okay, you're gonna give her a shoe. A 5,000-year-old shoe.
Also, both the operator quests give you a weapon at the end. So the last one, I believe, is on top of the building to your left, which you don't get by going the way you're going.
Well, I guess
well, you might be able to get it up there from here, but the way I got up here is I just jumped from the side that's lower down.
Here it is. As long as it's leading down, you're probably right. Show off my pure platforming
I'm pretty
skills.
sure it was on this building somewhere.
Yeah,
I don't remember where.
Well, we can take a look at the whole building from up here, so...
I know, I'm just telling you that I just don't remember where. I just know I think it's somewhere around this building.
Is it under the building?
I don't think so. I think it was on the building somewhere, but it might be towards the bottom area.
Maybe it's up here. No, it's not up here either. What am I missing here? Are you in the corner?
Maybe I'm wrong. There's also the option that I'm misremembering, which is always possible.
Well, I am defaulting to you on a lot of things because, again, you finished this.
Right, but I didn't do all the side quests. Like, I didn't do whatever one you just read the email about that you were, like, so super wanting to hear the email about.
Well, I'll keep that in mind now, or at least try to, that missions can be ended by email.
Yes. In fact, I believe the operator ones are both ended by email, because the email... I think, no, you might have to go to them in person, because both and assuming you finished the one as 2B, which you might not have, the Operator 601 for 2B.
I probably doubt it.
You get a weapon, so...
I guess we could double check that if I... Yeah, the weapon's transferred, so if I did it, I should have it.
Yes. Okay, maybe it's not on the building. Just look around this area for another glowing thing. It's not gonna be like super hidden or anything. It's just gonna be lying someplace. Like, it might be between.
It's just a bright area, so.
I know. I think I saw it.
No,
Turn around. Turn around.
Okay,
turn around.
Whoops.
No, that's fine. Go towards the direction 9S is facing. See it? See it between the two bricks? Yeah.
Broken toy. 2B, are you having fun turning into a rock?
Okay, this should be enough. Okay, what do we have? Broken toys, dirty ledgers.
Oh yeah, good. You're here.
Pod, take a photo of this junk and send it to Operator 210.
Also label it as junk, and then she'll obviously adore me for that.
Operator 210 to 9S.
Hello, Operator.
Can we go out, 210? Please?
I think this is the end of the...
Please, go out with me.
Alright.
No, 9S's and his operator's relationship is that of a mother and a son. She sees you as her kid, basically, is what gets implied. And I think you have to do these quests for those emotions to happen.
Familiar?
See, she's bringing up family now.
I mean, he was the one who made the joke earlier when we went to the flooded city, that I was like, she didn't even give me a chance to turn me down that time. How dare she?
Operator?
So he's clearly wants something
I must return to my duties.
with the robotic robot.
You weren't listening to what she said.
No, not that
She started to imply that you and her were family, and then she, like, kind of freaked out, and then... Okay, there you go. The reward's the weapon.
Well, if she's thanking me...
But yeah, there's dialogue. There's dialogue at the beginning of the next chapter that I think continues from this conversation, and I feel like there would have been dialogue with 2B and her operator had I finished that side quest. The weapons kind of go together. Like, one's the heavy sword. One's the heavy sword, and the other one's light sword. So one's the Type 4.0 blade, which is the one you just got, and the other one I think looks super cool, and I'm mad I didn't get it, which is the Type 4.0 sword.
I mean, I guess we can take a look at it.
The Type 4.0 sword also being the sword that you saw what's-her-face kill the king with. That is the sword.
Oh, that tiny sword? Is it in large swords?
No, it's a small sword, so you didn't get it. I mean, the new one you just got is a large sword, but
it's just a
you
buster
did not.
sword.
You did not finish the 6-0 quest.
Poo.
Because the 6-0 quest would have given you the Type 4-0 sword. So
Okay,
you will get, assuming there's extra dialogue with their relationship.
Oh yeah, there's an
you will.
Anemone's Past, and that's at the factory. I was like, I'm sure there's something else that I haven't done yet.
I mean, there might be more on the map too. Look for the little orange spots. I will state, while there are certain like gladiator ring like areas in the game that have like scaling, like beat all the enemies, and it's like level 20, and then like by the end it's like level 60, level 70, right? It like just keeps going up.
Yep.
Those quests do carry over into the next story, but I'm pretty sure every other side quest does not, because we will not be repeating the same events. We will in the next run. So like something that's happening during this time in the game won't be available in the next run, because we will not be repeating these same events, and we won't be like running around, you know, going to the same places and meeting all the same people and stuff. So do try to finish everything you want to in this run.
Oh yeah, Angles does have his quest open finally. But the problem is, every time that I tried to do this shit happens, and I have to waste like a whole fucking minute destroying random open world enemies because his like fucking the aggro is like right next to the fucking dude, and it's annoying as shit. I fucking hate that I've had to do this like 4 fucking times.
What is this quest? I don't even know this one.
I hacked Angles here that was just sitting around, and he basically just wants to have someone to talk to.
Oh, interesting.
Oh wait, no, I think I had to hack him every time.
I did not do this quest. But yeah, as pointed out by, so you know the side quest where you hacked them and they committed.
We're putting vendor trash in him to get information.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, he just asked us not to fix him. I am a believer of religion.
I mean, sin doesn't necessarily inherently tie to religion. The idea of sin has to do with the idea of wrongdoing.
How are you going to atone when you can't move? Oh, he's probably going to give us the confidential information that 9S actually wanted.
That part continues though.
Ooh, God, that is a good chip. Should probably try and find a slot for that.
There's a neat record you got.
We're no different.
Huh?
We're no different.
How so?
Well, maybe there'll be some actual information in this one, because the other 2 that we got from him are pretty stupid.
I mean, it might have to do with why he chose death, but I bet it's not necessarily anything too crazy, because like the characters who are gonna have like the mind-blowing stuff is, I don't think this is gonna be as mind-blowing as the things I'm thinking of.
That is a very weird question for him to ask himself. Am I my own existence? Or is that just a weird way of saying, am I me?
Yes. I think therefore I am is essentially the answer to that question. Or a way of answering that question. So yes, it's the pondering of your own existence. Like, am I real? Like, what is real? You know, that kind of whole.
Okay, he's saying that the aliens had one objective. Which, you know, is kind of interesting to learn. There's never conflict amongst them.
Yeah, it's always just conquer.
I'll make my record of this bird protected data so I don't lose it.
I mean, hey.
I saw a bird once and I loved it. Well, oh yeah, that chip. Let's see how big it is. And it's under skills. Because I think I filled up the whole board when I respec.
No, you have some leftover points. The bottom's gray.
Okay, so it was max HP plus 6. Well, that one's already slotted in, so...
You're looking at only your equipped ones, by the way. I think. Oh no, you're just looking at all of them. That's what you have pulled up. I never did this. That's why I'm like, why is it going from this category to that? And I was like,
ooh,
oh,
that's a really big chip there.
Yeah.
What else do I got on me that I could get rid of?
If you desperately feel like you need that much more HP, I don't think you do, because the auto heal gets you back a lot, so...
Okay, so that's 13 slots.
Well, then you probably have enough once you move it around properly. Because right now you don't have it next to each other, but you do have...
It says... I mean, the storage value is right there.
Yes. So how much was the one? Because you have 13, it looks like. Wait, is it only 13?
It was 16.
Okay, so you need 3 more somewhere.
Maybe I could get rid of ranged attack up.
That's your choice. You always forget to use the gun, so maybe. I found a lot of use in range attack up, but I use the gun constantly while also swinging my sword, so...
Maybe I can get rid of Vengeance.
Whatever you want to get rid of.
Trying to figure out the best way of moving all this stuff around.
So here's the best way to move it all around. Exit out. Don't equip the one you want to equip. Just exit out.
Okay, what's your thought?
Go to optimize. Bottom. Just go to optimize.
Huh.
There.
Okay,
now you have all your open space at the bottom.
So I unequip something.
No, you didn't unequip anything. You just moved all the open space to the bottom. Nothing got de-equipped. I mean, whatever you yourself de-equipped.
Yes, it did, because, like, I was at 115, and now I'm at 99. So something's missing.
Was it a different button? Did I hit the wrong button? Did I tell you the wrong button to hit?
Let me... well, I got all this space. I probably should fill it up with something.
I'm supposed to sell most of this.
Do I still have Shockwave equipped? Oh, I have it plus 1. I should have a bigger version of Shockwave.
Hold on.
Oh, apparently I don't.
I'm trying to figure out if I told you to do the wrong thing and optimize wasn't the option menu you needed to pick. Because there is an option menu that just moves all this empty space. My apologies.
Chain damage? Maybe it was... Yeah, it was probably max HP.
I mean, you have max HP plus 6 equipped right now, so I don't see why you need plus 3 equipped.
Oh yeah, okay. That's not what... I'm trying to do this off memory, but I didn't look at them very much.
I mean, it's probably been a long time since you retooled these, so it might be worth just looking at everything and deciding what you want versus what you don't want.
Okay, so it's not that.
Oh, by the way, the one that shows you treasure chests, super useful at finding all the weapons.
Was it Deadly Heal?
Deadly Heal's when you kill something, you heal.
I'm pretty sure I have Vengeance equipped, so it's not that. I'm pretty sure it wasn't Overclock either. And apparently that's it, so... Oh, maybe it was this. I could fit Overclock in there, if I can't find anything else for that size. Oh, I already have Deadly Heal, so I don't need it again. Offensive Heal... Actually, do I have Offensive Heal? Offensive Heal...
You don't need that much healing. That's way too much healing. I had Deadly Heal so that when I was low, like, because I took a bunch of damage, I could just kill something quick to get all my HP back, and then I just had the auto heal.
Okay, I have anti-chain damage, auto heal. Wait. Oh yeah, that's not the same thing. Damage absorb.
Auto heal's the one where if you haven't taken damage for a little bit, you heal a fuck ton, and it's super good and always keeps you topped off.
Okay, that looks like a good board to me.
Okay, hold on. I want to figure out... Go to plug-in chips. There is a thing that doesn't change your chips and just reorganizes them so that they're all the open spaces at the bottom. And I want to figure out if I was right in that it was... Yeah, it's just optimized chip arrangement, so it didn't unequip anything when you clicked that, Jeff. It did not.
Well, yeah. I was saying that I probably was either holding onto a chip while I was transitioning the screens, or I hit a button and I unequipped something and I needed to figure out what it was.
I thought you were saying picking optimize unequip something, and I'm like, what? No, that doesn't sound right. And so I was like trying to figure out in my head if there was like another option on the screen that I didn't overlooked, and then I just assumed it was optimized when it wasn't. But no, it was optimized.
Okay, an enemy's pass is at the factory, which I was just at before I got distracted by angles. So, I was in the right place, I just saw him and I was like, oh, I remember to do that.
Yeah, I think I did an enemy's pass. I think I know where that is, too.
Yeah, well, should be in the front of the factory, and then it might be going into the factory a bunch, I don't know. I swear it was, like, at the entrance to this place.
It might be.
I guess I don't know how deep-rooted this side quest is going to be, but then again, not.
It's if it's the one I'm thinking of, we will have to go into the factory, but not very far.
Well, I've already done that
it might start. It might the one where you have to go like over, like you have to go kind of where down into like these square rooms that are kind of like there's two of them, one earlier, one later.
I was very close to falling off of that platform again.
Yes, you were.
2B, I got your sword. I stole it while you were looking.
we're gonna presumably dick around here a bunch because I think
that's A2's handiwork.
But I'm
not picking up any sign of A2 herself.
She has very distinctive stab marks, I guess.
What in the world?
Pod, help me out here.
Analysis. It is believed to be a data log related to Yorha Unit A2.
Is it the reason why she was unpersoned?
Irreparably damaged. Further analysis is impossible.
Maybe Pascal can look at it and reformat it with her mind.
Machines have A2's data.
A2B? I'm picking up other reactions.
Actually, that is a weird question. Why is the data being left on the people that she's killing? Unless there's a second person in this.
I'm trying to remember if the chips you're looking for, a bunch of them are in the factory, or like where they all are, but maybe I didn't finish an enemy's pass. Maybe I started it. Because more information on A2 would have been amazing for me.
Okay, there's 4
I figured they were all
spots.
deeper in the thing, yeah.
I was looking at the way out, and they were saying like, you know, stuff. This packet of data. It's like
yeah. I mean, they would have talked about it had you just been standing still. There's just more. You just have to find more, and there might be more that aren't. There might be more that aren't even in here.
I'm hoping that this place was unidirectional.
It's pretty linear. This place is pretty linear.
Because I was like, yeah, there's only one way to go. It's like.
I mean, it becomes non-linear later, where there's like multiple like areas you can go that are connected to this main hub area, because that elevator over there is the area 2B will go to when 9S is separated from her for that bit.
Oh yeah, there's the broken stairs. Yeah, might as well kill you just for reasons. It's not like well, I guess you always need the experience, but I mean, I think I'm already beyond where I needed to be anyway.
Okay, I think it's this one. Yeah, this is probably the quest I'm thinking of then. Because...
Maybe I should check the archive when we're done and see if they didn't give us a bunch of flavor text.
I mean, they probably did, but...
Because, I mean, they did... Well, they said it was irreparably damaged, so I guess we don't have...
So maybe they'll repair it once you pick up all of them. So this data should be... Anyway, no, go back down. I want to double check if you got a weapon. There's a weapon down there. I want to double check if you got it.
You can barely tell, though.
I mean, okay, so go to that way. No,
Oh,
no,
here.
no. Turn around,
Yeah,
go under the bridge. There you go.
I did this confounding box before.
Okay, yeah, I think this one was a weapon, if I remember correctly.
I think it was because
And
there
then
was a side
through
quest
that
here,
door is
too.
back to the beginning. There was a side quest here. Through that door that opened up is the very beginning of the game. It's a shortcut to that area.
You put all the puzzle pieces together and you get an entire megabyte of information.
And it might be that the enemy's past. There might be that one of the chips is back in that starting area. I wouldn't be surprised, but there is one right here too.
Oops, I broke him. Oops.
That's probably one. So yeah, my
Got
guess
two left
is
to
if we
do.
backtrack.
At least they're close together. Whee! I've activated super sprinting and I can't stop. Okay, time to get on the ladder. Guys, stop shooting at me. I just wanted to go on the factory tour.
We'll go on the factory tour later.
But I want to go on it now. It's ice cream day at the factory.
I mean, technically, it's... No, it probably doesn't happen today. It probably happens a different day.
I'm a 9-year-old, therefore I'm gonna get ice cream.
You're not a 9-year-old. You just have 9 in your name.
Don't tell them that. I'm not gonna get my food. You ruined everything, Uncle Cheddar.
Definitely not your uncle.
9S's uncle now. And look at what a wonderful boy you helped raise.
Looks like it's on the other side of that shortcut, which is back where I told you that shortcut was, because that's where you get that. So remember where I was like, check if there's a weapon there, and then I said through that door is a shortcut. That's the shortcut. The
you meant
bridge
the
drops from the side.
So you meant the beginning of this run, not the beginning of the whole game.
I mean...
Oh wait, it might be the same thing.
That bridge, if you went across it then, would have brought you all the way over here to the outside area of the factory, which is where the game began. So, yes, I did mean the beginning of the whole game.
Well, we're gonna be running for a while. Should we just get to the point and say that, well, back to the point and say that the new Scooby movies are pretty fucking bad?
Sure.
Because, the main problem is that, well, they wanted to do 40-minute episodes of Scooby-Doo. They just couldn't fucking think of what to put in them. I feel like I've went back too far.
No, you didn't. Keep
No,
going,
no,
keep
it's
going.
It's under the bridge.
Yeah. You're just about there.
So what they decided to do is that they put in a whole bunch of filler, and, God, the designs that they came up with the monsters are pretty awful. A whole bunch of them were just...
Oh, must be down lower. Oh, I think I see it. Down, back, across. No. You're backtracking now. I think it's down lower on, because you run on a spiral staircase up this building you're currently inside. No, god damn it. Go through the building and run down the spiral. See right there on the staircase? I think that's it. You have to go through the building. The other side is the spiral staircase you would have originally came up on at the end of the last game. And that's where you run to go to get there.
Okay, that's the last of the data chips.
Pa, analyze and collate the information on those chips.
Yeah, a lot of the monster designs are pretty uninspired. I remember one of the really, really bad episodes, which was the Sonny and Cher episodes, and I'll get into that. I'll get into that in a little bit. Was just a very static, flying mechanical vulture. And I know that sounds interesting, but it's like basically just a flying static orb that doesn't even animate. Like, they're pretty old technology way of looking at sci-fi, I guess.
Gotcha.
Lots of filler. And because they're spending so much time on things that don't fucking matter, they don't know how to build up the mystery properly. A lot of the stuff in the, like, after Where Are You, another weird problem that they come up with, is that they rely too many times on plots with multiple antagonists, and clearly they can't fill up the episode with enough red herrings to cover how many antagonists they want to use, where the people doing the scam are like 2 or 3 different people. So some episodes can turn into like literally everybody did it, and I mean that's kind of part of the fun of Scooby for me, is trying to figure out either who did it or the motive. If I think it's a little too easy, or maybe I just can't really grasp it at all, and I don't really have a good concrete guess. Okay, so I opened this way to go to a shortcut, so would that way take me back to the beginning?
Yes, so this is a shortcut from where you entered to... You're taking the long way. Across that bridge is the short way. Because you brought that bridge down to unlock, because originally, right, at the beginning of the game, you began the game over past where that spiral staircase where you found the last ship was, right? So you're essentially backtracking right now to the beginning of the game. That is there so you don't have to run the whole length you had to run during the tutorial. Because during the tutorial you had to run more. This lets you run a shorter distance to get back there. There's also somewhere back there, there is a teleport box, I believe, somewhere back there in this tutorial area.
Oh, vending machine.
That wasn't there before. That lets you save and fast travel there if you need to, which we might to find the... No, I'm pretty sure the thing we're gonna need is gonna be...
Wow, they really stocked you guys up on enemies while we were gone.
Apparently. I mean, you can just run through here if you don't want to fight them. Pretty sure, right?
I just don't really remember the Spider-Trons.
I mean, they weren't here during the tutorial. These weren't the enemies here during the tutorial.
Well, I meant, like, just period. Like, I just don't remember the Spider-Trons.
Oh, you would have seen them a few times. They're not very commonly used across the game.
So
they're probably used as much as, like, the worms.
Oh, yeah, those guys. Well, those guys are memorable just for being complete pains in the ass.
I mean, if you hack them as 9S, they literally blow up immediately. Kills them. When I was playing and I was 9S, hacking them, they instantly died. The fastest way to get rid of them. But yes, fighting them as 2B is a little bit annoying.
Well, I think that, unless I want to drop by Pascal's village, and I probably can, to finish that Halfwood Inventor quest, I think I literally need to drop 100 grand on him. Which I kind of want to just to get rid of the quest, but, I mean, that's a lot of money.
I mean, you have 1,000,001 chips you haven't sold that you kind of need to sell, because you have, like, 1,000,000 copies of each chip at various levels. So you might have a fuck ton more money than you think. I'm curious how much money you currently have.
I think it's like around, like, 117K.
Yeah, and I bet you could make, like, another 100,000 plus more by selling all of those chips that you're lugging around that you don't need.
Well, at least this will get us another opportunity to go back on that, and I probably should just go to the thing that I brought up as another gimmick beyond the fact that they're all 40-minute episodes. And I mean, I don't know how they did this, but like they definitely had to give this thing like a big budget, because I think they made like somewhere around 30 or 40 episodes. Like this is a long running thing that they tried to do, and on top of that gimmick, every episode literally in this run had a guest star in it, and at the time it was legit guest stars. Like I said, Sonny and Cher had an episode. They did an episode with the Addams Family, which was honestly just a bad idea to try and mix in Scooby-Doo with that. I just didn't think it really made sense. I'm trying to remember. One of them, I'm pretty sure the guest star was named Sandy something. I really wish I could remember the other old lady guest star that they had, because she was really interesting, because she was just I think even her character in real life is just fucking insane. So it was fun to have her on that episode.
Well, just typing in the word Sandy and then letting it autofill for famous people. I mean, the first one that came to my mind, and is not the person you're thinking of, is Sandy Koufax was the first person that came to my mind. They're a baseball player. However, Sandy Duncan.
That's it, Sandy Duncan. She's an
actress and a comedian from back then.
She had a good episode. Oh, I was trying to think of Phyllis Diller. She had an episode that was fun because Phyllis Diller is insane. And she like exactly worked her into the script. I'm definitely not gonna remember the name of this one. But there was a heavy set.
Yeah, right there, new Scooby-Doo movies.
There was a heavy set jazz singer on a later episode that was centered around a bakery, and it was really bad because there wasn't much they could do in a haunted bakery. But the weird thing is that some of the scripts, and I find this very weird for the guest stars, were very mean to the guest star themselves. Like the heavyset jazz singer, her script was just full of fat jokes, and I found that very weird because I'm pretty sure the guest star voiced themselves. So I was wondering why Hanna-Barbera was slagging off their own guest stars trying to get them on these episodes. It was very weird. And it definitely didn't really work because the fat jokes weren't funny.
I'm trying to think of who might be a heavy set singer. Was it a woman or?
Yeah, it was a woman.
Was it the Queen of Soul, Aretha Franklin?
No, it definitely wasn't her.
Okay, because I was like, I don't know if she was always heavier set, but I know at some point in her life she was heavier set, and if they did discredit Aretha Franklin like that, I'd be mad. Don't you dare talk bad about Aretha Franklin. She is the Queen of Soul, goddammit.
I mean, if they could get Aretha Franklin on, that would have been amazing. But then again, like I said, they got Sonny and Cher on, and I think they were pretty famous back in the 70s.
They were.
Especially for a soldier who's been fighting that long.
And that's another example of very confusing script, because Sonny in that episode is just... He's characterized as a complete fucking idiot who is completely oblivious to Cher, because I'm pretty sure they were both married in that episode in real life, or just something along those lines, if they were in a long-term relationship. And on the other side of that, and Cher, and I'll say rightly so, but it still kind of makes her look bad.
Oh, here's a list.
She is just rightly pissed off at Sonny, and basically the whole episode for the entire thing. Like, she's rightly insufferable, but it doesn't make her look good. Like, it just makes her look like such a dick. Because
it was Mama Cass.
That was it. It's just some confusing examples of what they were trying to do with their own guest stars. And one example I did want to talk about was the episodes that they had with Batman and Robin. Because I honestly just appreciate getting to see these DC
Adam
characters.
West.
Well, No, I mean, if it was Adam West, he was doing a fucking terrible job.
Okay, so it was the Super Friends version. I actually found it here. It's the Super Friends version.
Like, that Batman is a really bad Batman because he's trying to middle ground it between, like, being a legit superhero and being a goofball, and it doesn't work because he's trying to 50-50 it, and it's just not fun. Like, Robin really is outdoing him, and I mean, I feel bad for it.
Super Friends is a cartoon from the 1960s. Hanna-Barbera might have been part of the people who made it, which might be why they got the crossover with it. Oh no, it ran from 73 to 85, sorry. I thought it ran in the 60s because my dad would just love Super Friends. Which, like, my dad would have been 13 when Super Friends started airing. Yes, it was produced by Hanna-Barbera, which is how they probably got it. It's based on the Justice League. However, it's less camp than Adam West Batman, but it's still not yet like what Batman would become and later stuff, because they're still trying to appease like comics codes level stuff where like they really don't want to
get edgy.
I mean, edgy's not necessarily the right word. They literally they want to have as little, like, they want zero edge, right? It's the opposite, right? So like, sure, things could eventually get edgy, but like, this is like Adam West is like super campy, and the reason why it's super campy is because like bad guys can't harm people. Like that's why they're always like. I remember one of the plots to the Adam West show, and I love the Adam West show because of how camp it is. The Joker's plan is like he puts this like milk machine inside the school to like con kids out of their money. Like that's the Joker's plan. That's his villainous plan in that episode. It's like to con kids out of their milk money.
Do I have to sell the chips to maintenance lady?
Yeah, I think so.
And that was one thing I wanted to talk about, because the antagonist in every well obviously you know where I'm going with this, but the antagonist in every Batman episode of the new movies is the Joker and the Penguin together. And like honestly, it goes in line with what you're saying. Like the characterization of Joker back then, I don't know if this extended to anything else, is completely ridiculous, because he is purely trying to... He is doing the accent of a stereotypical New York gangster. And it's hilarious, because I think he's literally trying to do like, oh, you see here, we're gonna go bop those goddamn guys down the street, you see? We're gonna go get them.
Yeah, maybe. It's been a very, very, very long time since I've seen the Superman. Oh, do you know the Wonder Twins? Do you know the characters of the Wonder Twins? Have you ever heard of those superheroes?
Not really.
Form of a thing, shape of another thing. That whole thing. They originate from the Super Friends, if I remember correctly. That's like the origin of the Wonder Twins. They were original characters created for the Super Friends.
Oh, they're original characters too. Here's the chips.
Yeah, plot lines for later series involve many of familiar DC comic supervillains like the Joker and the Riddler that the first incarnation of the Super Friends did not. Instead, like the comic books, they focused on far-fetched schemes of mad scientists and aliens who were invariably revealed to be as being well-intentioned and simply pursuing their goals through unlawful or disreputable means. Typically, at the end of each story, a peaceful and reasonable discussion would be performed by the heroes to convince the antagonist to adopt reasonable methods. The all-new Super Friends Hour departed somewhat from the previous series formula by featuring villains using more elaborate methods to further their goals. As a rule, they could not be reasoned with, requiring the heroes to use direct force to stop them. Beginning with the challenge of the Super Friends, several of the heroes' arch villains from the comic books, such as Lex Luthor and the Riddler, began to feature prominently in the comic book style stories. Throughout the series, plots often wrapped themselves up neatly in the final minutes of the episode in the fashion of a typical comic book and Deus Ex Machina. So that's the kind of the original Super Friends.
The only other thing I wanted to say was the Penguin in that portrayal is really bad just because he's very boring. There's nothing going on with that guy. He is a very typical henchman, and the only thing notable about him is that he is the Penguin. In just look. I was also going to say some of the quote-unquote monsters, on top of being very, very one-note, very insipid designs. Another problem is that some of them are literally just dudes. They're just people. They're not even monsters. So, it's even more boring, and I don't know what the hell they were thinking of back then. Most of the episodes are very bad. That was a very bad series for Scooby-Doo, and I really would not recommend it unless you see a guest star on there that you appreciate. Maybe go for it, but beyond that, I really couldn't see anything holding your attention. Like, that was definitely one where I was fucking falling asleep watching them. Then, after that was a Scooby-Doo show, which, definitely picked up again.
Oh, hold on. Before we move on to the next show, I wanted to go over a bunch of the guest stars, because I found a list. And this isn't necessarily all of them, but it's a very strong list, so I feel like it might be all of them. Apparently, Don Knotts is in an episode, Jerry Reed is in an episode, Mama Cass was in an episode, yep. Jonathan Winters was in an episode, Sandy Duncan was in an episode, Tim Conway was in an episode, Dick Van Dyke was in an episode, Don Adams was in an episode, Davy Jones was in an episode, Sonny and Cher were in an episode, the Three Stooges are in the episode, we're in an episode.
They were in multiple episodes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, you were right, I did make $100,000 off of that.
Harlem Globetrotters,
Definitely.
Josie and the Pussycats, Genie, Speed Buggy, which those are all characters created by Hanna-Barbera, to my knowledge.
The Genie episode was pretty bad. Speed Buggy, similar, pretty insufferable.
I mean, so do you remember the other day when I was talking about
Jabberjaw?
Yeah, Jabberjaw. So I did bring up Speed Buggy in that conversation because the show Speed Buggy was basically just Scooby-Doo, but Scooby's a car because that's Speed Buggy. And Jabberjaw was the same thing, but it's all underwater and Scooby's a shark. But I just figured I'd bring up that again and then Josie and the Pussycats, I feel like was also a similar formatted show, but I don't think they necessarily had a pet off the top of my head or like a character that fit the Scooby-Doo. There might have been one, and I'm just forgetting. But I watched so many different Hanna-Barbera cartoons as a kid.
That was another thing I was going to bring up was Josie and the Pussycats, from what I could remember, their episode, which I can actually remember, I think it was called the Haunted Houseboat, is probably, if it isn't, it's at least in the top 3. One of the only legitimately good episodes from that run. If you needed anything as a redeeming feature, I would say that one is probably one you should at least look at, because they introduced another character called Alexandra, whose whole bit in that, I don't even know if she was a part of the Josie and the Pussycats guest star, or if she was a totally original character. Her whole bit was, I think she was either trying to sabotage or outright murder some of the people in the band for the loving attention of just whoever the guy was in that whole situation.
In the Josie and the Pussycats group.
Well, in that episode, there was a male character attached to that group that I do not remember anything about.
Oh, for some reason my brain says there is a male character in Josie and the Pussycat, but he might not always be there. Let's see here. Josie and the Pussycats feature a teenage all-girl pop band that tours the world with their entourage, getting mixed up in adventures, spy capers, and mysteries. The group consists of level-headed lead singer and songwriter, guitarist Josie, intelligent tambourine Valerie, and airheaded blonde drummer Melody. Other characters include their cowardly manager Alexander, Cabot III, his conniving sister Alexandra, her cat Sebastian, and muscular roadie Alan. And I'm gonna guess it's Alan that they were after. So there was
Sounds
a guy,
about right.
Alan. But yeah, each episode found the Pussycats and crew en route to perform a gig or record a song in some exotic location where, somehow, often due to something Alexandra did, they become mixed up in an adventure. The antagonist was almost always a diabolical mad scientist, spy, or criminal who wanted to take over the world using some high-tech device. The Pussycats usually found themselves in possession of the plans for an invention, an item of interest to the villains, a secret spy's message, etc., and the villains chase them to receive it. Eventually, the Pussycats would ruin the villain's plans, resulting in a final chase sequence set to a Pussycat song. With the villain captured, the Pussycats would return to their gig or recording session, and the final gig was always one of Alexandra's failed attempts to interfere with the Pussycats' performance or steal Alan away from Josie.
Okay, so that was a part that she was attached to the guest stars.
Yeah, assuming it was Alexandra.
Yes, she was, like I said, she was, at the very least, she was constantly trying to sabotage them for Boy. But another thing I wanted to bring up was Jerry Reed's episode, because, as I might have mentioned a long time ago, I am a big fan of old school country. Jerry Reed's obviously part of the group. And the one thing I wanted to bring up is it was very disappointing, because I think Hanna-Barbera only really afforded itself to license like one half of his songs. Like I don't even think they bothered getting one song, because I think they only kept playing the first 45 seconds of a song over and over again. And it was disappointing, plus it was also a little annoying just hearing the same thing like 4 times. Well, you know, you get Jerry Reed on there and you can't even do anything with him.
Okay, so there's 24 Scooby-Doo movies, the new Scooby-Doo movies, and I assume, as you said, some of them have the same guest stars. So first one looks like the Three Stooges, then it's a Batman one.
The Three Stooges and Batman are definitely in multiple ones.
Third one is Wednesday is Missing, it's the Addams Family.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck.
So part of the reason they were doing that is, I believe, there was an Addams Family cartoon that was produced by Hanna-Barbera Productions. So it's another crossover with another cartoon that Hanna-Barbera was currently working with.
So they're just cheapskating as much as they can.
Yep. Then it was Jonathan Winters, then it was Don Knotts, and it was Phyllis Diller, Sandy Duncan, Sonny and Cher, Don Knotts again.
I totally
Laurel
forgot
and Hardy.
about Jonathan Winters just because, again, bad script. He is one of the most unmemorable guest stars. They don't do anything with Jonathan Winters. And he's like
he's in episode 4.
He's a comedian and he's not even funny. So I don't know what the fuck they were thinking.
Laurel and Harry, episode 10. Three Stooges again in episode 11. Harlem Globetrotters in episode 12. Davy Jones in episode 13. Jerry Reed in episode 14. Batman and Robin again in episode 15. Harlem Globetrotters in episode 16. Harlem Globetrotters again in episode 17. Josie and the Pussycats episode 18, which is the Haunted Houseboat one. The Cast of Genie in episode 19. Tim Conway in episode 20.
Tim Conway was also, that was a very, very bad episode, and Tim Conway was very bad.
Don Adams in episode 21, Speed Buggy in episode 22, Cass Elliott, which is Mama Cass, in episode 23, which is the Haunted Candy Factory. I can see where all the fat jokes are coming in if we're in a Haunted Candy Factory.
Well, she bought the Haunted Candy Factory, because she's rich.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
The other thing I was going to say is Dick Van Dyke. His episode was, well, at the very least, he was very good in it. His episode's pretty unmemorable, though.
The last one is Dick Van Dyke.
Because he bought a amusement park, and it completely fell apart on him.
Yes. Mystery Inc. arrives at a carnival run by Dick Van Dyke and assists him when a ghostly strongman begins haunting it.
They had to take a whole scene where he's just doing magic tricks for no reason. I mean, the whole joke is that Dick Van Dyke fucked up his business so much that he's literally the only employee trying to run everything for, like, I don't know, a minute and a half before, again, obviously it fell apart.
If you say so.
God damn it, smoke detector. I will throw you in a garbage can soon. So yeah. For how, like, big of a deal they wanted it to be, it was just really, really bad for the most part. But then there's the Scooby-Doo show, which was the third TV show. And that got back on track. They brought in a lot of the gimmicks where, I don't know if it was just because it was old or they wanted to turn it into a tradition, but at the end of most episodes they would have the exposition scene where they would go over the 3 clues that they found, how they all connect together, and how they figured out who the guy behind the mask was, and, you know, it works fairly well. They don't do a door gag all the time, but they do bring in pretty consistent door gags. Like I said, they brought back, for the most part, pretty creative monster design, which I would say a pretty decent example would probably be the 10,000 volt ghost, because I wouldn't say it's like...
That's a famous one.
I wouldn't say it's like a really good design, but I think it's of its time, and it does have a certain charm to it.
I was gonna say, 1000 Volt Ghost shows up in the live-action Scooby-Doo movie, if I remember it.
I'm actually surprised he's that memorable, but he did have a pretty good episode. It's somewhere very cold. I just can't remember if it's like Russia or Alaska or something. And that's another funny thing.
I don't think it's Russia, because it would have been made during the Cold War.
And that's another funny thing about Scooby-Doo in general. That's a really obvious observation, is that they just have an infinite amount of vacation money.
Oh, they're always on vacation? Is that like the plot?
Yeah, and in Where Are You, sometimes it's completely ridiculous. Like, I remember there was a couple episodes that are beach episodes, but for some fucking reason, they decided to go on a beach trip at like 8 or 9 p.m. Like, they decided to go in like the extreme evening for no reason, and it looks completely ridiculous.
I mean, maybe they meant to go earlier, but they got held up, you know, they got stuck someplace because, you know, Scooby and Shaggy had to stop for 1 million snacks or something, I don't know.
Oh, and the multiple times where, they
you can tell me the George Takei. He guest stars in some stuff eventually.
I think that'd be pretty fun. I haven't gotten that deep into it. If that does happen. Which I'm assuming it does. I'm not calling you a liar, because I don't know. I mean, Hanna-Barbera did have money to keep this going, so maybe they did have the money to get him on. Was fighting the gun platform difficult?
Really? It's just time consuming.
I remember the gun platform, I just don't remember why.
Okay, so George Takei is in Scooby-Doo and the Samurai Sword, which is a direct-to-video film.
Okay, so
he is in The Dragon's Secret, which is Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated show.
He was, well, was he still alive? George Takei, yeah, he didn't die early,
I'm almost positive. Is George Takei is still alive, Jeff?
Yeah.
I'm almost positive. Damn, he's almost 90.
I can never pin his name down. Spock was played by...
Not Spock.
Spock was played
He's
by...
Sulu.
Nimoy, that's it.
Leonard Nimoy.
Nimoy died possibly early.
Oh, did he?
He might have been in his 70s.
But yeah, no, he played... So George Takei played Sulu.
Yeah, I was like... Yeah, I was like, he's not that guy. Eventually it was breaking through my skull.
Alright, died in 2015.
Is that a machine?
At the age of 83. At the age of 83. George Takei is 87 now.
He lasted for a very long time being a lifelong smoker. Well, maybe not lifelong, but long.
And then he's finally in an episode of Scooby-Doo Guess Who, which is Hollywood Nights. So he's in 3 things total in Scooby-Doo, it looks like. Which, Hollywood Nights is from 2020, so it's gonna be a while before he gets to that guest experience.
Yes.
One of his things was in 2010, and then the last one was in 2009. Really? I swore he was in one of the older episodes.
I don't know, maybe he didn't get to his ultimate clout state by that point.
Maybe.
I forgot what I was talking about. I was obviously talking about the Scooby-Doo show because the 10,000 Volt Ghost showed up. I guess I'm trying to rack my head to see if I can remember any other monsters from there. Because they had a lot of episodes because, like I said, well, alluded to earlier, season 3 of... Because it is season 3 of the Scooby-Doo show is... I think it was marketed as a continuation of Where Are You, literally being in season 3. Because I remember reading on Wikipedia, they said that they kept the intro of Where Are You for that season. But when I was watching it, when I was pirating it online, they had the Scooby-Doo show intro, so I don't even know if it's true or not. Trying to fucking remember something else. I think it's because I'm watching the 4th run that I just completely forgot.
Gotcha.
Because the one thing I'm remembering was the Starman and the Neon. I think it was actually literally called the Neon Phantom, which was both from Scrap-Doo. Come on, brain, you could probably think of a second one. 10,000 Volt Ghost, and then they did... I guess I really can't remember any. Could you give me like an episode title? I might be able to get it off of that.
Hmm.
Maybe there was one that was like all
I was gonna say, I don't know. I don't know old Scooby-Doo episodes. And I closed everything I had open for it.
I guess it really doesn't matter. Definitely, like I said, probably not as iconic. Not as consistent as Where Are You, but I would still recommend it. It has more of the stuff that you come to Scooby-Doo for. It's pretty consistent, good pacing. Which, after watching the new movies, was definitely something, great to see, that they were able to fit in their comedy, what they try to do is jokes and their gags, and they're running around in a nice package along with finding the clues, and probably being the first consistent time where I would say that it's pretty decent that, you can figure it out before they show it to you for the most part. I wouldn't say there's a lot of ones that are like just come out of fucking nowhere. Another weird tradition of the older episodes is that quite a few times they'll have a character who's actually a police officer or an FBI agent in disguise. Which they do like throughout everything I've watched. I think I've seen it like 11 different times. It's a very consistent thing they started to do, and I always thought it was a little weird that one of your possible suspects could be just an agent silently working to solve the crime that you're working on at the same time.
Alright, so now instead of shooting, you're helping to aim. So this is where stuff's gonna start deviating. That's all you needed to do.
We need more firepower.
2B, let's try for a more direct approach.
This is a hack it when it tells you to.
That's right. Lay down some fire in its stupid mouth.
Oh yeah, because I was shooting on the first time.
Yes, you are 2B right now shooting the gun.
I was very terribly shooting it. You see, NPC 2B only needed 2 rounds.
Yes, she shoots it much faster than you did.
I guess technically 1 round because the first one didn't really count.
Is that everything you have to say on Scooby-Doo then? Because I can bring
No,
up Mario Party or Paper Mario changes.
There's a few other things I could say rather quickly because I probably did a little bit more than you expected.
Okay.
Because I kind of wanted to go for 100% sort of thing. One thing I wanted to say shortly because I watched guest episodes of other TV shows that they were in. They guest star in 3 episodes of Dynamite, and that's how I can say that Dynamite is a complete garbage Hanna-Barbera show. You should definitely not watch it. It is a very terrible superhero story. Dynamite is fucking insufferable because he has a lisp, and I wouldn't say he's doing the Yogi Bear thing, but I think it would be fair to say he's doing a Yogi Bear impression with a lisp, and it's very annoying.
No, I don't remember this character. It very well could be that I would recognize them if I saw them, but I don't remember them.
Another thing that Hanna-Barbera did for actually quite a while, they actually had a whole division for it, was that they did educational film strips that was preserved by some weirdo on the internet, and I watched, I think at this point, all of the Scooby-Doo ones. And I wouldn't say they're really all that interesting to go watch because they're basically just completely informational. They do a little bit of entertainment because, you know, they do have the Scooby-Doo characters, which all they have is Shaggy, Scooby, and Velma, which makes perfect sense. And just to rattle off something rather quickly, I did, beyond the new movies, which are technically movies, I did watch my first Scooby-Doo movie, standalone movie, which was called Scooby Goes Hollywood. And it's 40 minutes long, so I'm not sure if it was direct-to-TV, but it's very weird as their first standalone movie because it is god-awful. It is very bad. And that's mostly because it's really not even a Scooby-Doo movie. It's a movie about Scooby-Doo going to the studio head of the cartoon he's working with also in context. And he's demanding that he wants to be taken as a dramatic, serious actor. And Shaggy and Scooby are constantly making pilot films and showing it to him, and they're constantly bombing. They do a scene with Daphne, Velma, and Shaggy where they're trying to convince him to come back. And I believe that they got the voice actors to sing a portion of the Where Are You theme tune, which, considering that I don't even know if any of them could sing, they actually do a pretty decent job. I would say it's a pretty good number. And the whole thing comes to a very predictable end where everything just goes back together. Nothing changes. They just convince Scooby to go back to his show, and he's clearly only cut out to be a comedic character. I would say the ending is also a little bit cringy because the way that they convince Scooby to go back, finally, is that I think the world hears about Scooby through the news eventually.
Okay, we're at the part where shit is, we're getting the different point of view a lot.
Okay, well, I'll finish up after this because I only have like a minute of things left to say because I was talking about the ending.
Well, you're probably gonna have to pause the game to do so because the game is gonna be very different from here on out.
Well, I'm not pausing the game, I'm just gonna pause that and we'll get back to it. Okay, I am in control.
Yes.
So, am I under threat? Or do I... Oh, I probably have to go for his mouth. Or I don't literally have to do anything. So he exploded with the missile that they set up, and it caused an EMP that destroyed everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, not destroyed everybody else, but like knocked them the fuck out. Also, I don't know if you were on the missile when it blew up, because you definitely didn't need to be, I don't think.
No, I wasn't. I don't think I was on the missile. I might have been.
You hacked it to fire it, but...
Because I know we were on the missile when we got to it.
Anyway, shit's important now.
They're talking about the great whale.
He spent his long days hurting those around him.
He couldn't handle his colossal body.
He tried his best to be good and kind. He tried his best to be good, but despite his efforts, things never seemed to turn out. They told him he was unwanted. They abandoned him in the deep, dark ocean. And from the cold at the bottom of the sea, he cried out, Mother. He called out, Mother.
Okay, so he's crying out to his creators.
But his voice never reached his mother.
Okay, let me see if I can get through this quick. Oh, no, it loaded instantly.
Trust me, we are not gonna have time to talk, Jeff.
I didn't know, like, the loading screens in this game are kind of long.
No. What I mean is, like, shit's gonna get... A lot of information's gonna fly at us, and it's gonna keep flying at us.
So that's what you meant by literally pausing the game.
Yeah, that's why I was gonna say, if you want to finish your topic, once you get gameplay back, you're gonna want to, like, pause once you can. So there's probably gonna be dialogue when you first get control, and then once we listen to that dialogue, then pause.
I totally forgot about the first gun conversation, because the first conversation was, I think, them just agreeing to share information between each other.
Yeah, basically. It becomes really important farther down the line than it is right now, but there's gonna be a lot more of that. Okay, is this hacking space? How did I...
Okay, so, the ending to Scooby Goes Hollywood is kind of cringy because the way they ended is that the children of the world get the news that Scooby is going to be quitting his show, because I think he announced it on a talk show that they allowed him to go on. 10,000 children, like a crazy amount of kids, go to the studio, and they beg very annoyingly for Scooby-Doo to come back on, and he goes back to his show for the fans, and that's where the movie ended. And nobody learned a damn thing.
Sure.
Well, I'll try the teleport pad.
No, go. I was gonna say, it's not a teleport pad. It's story.
That movie is very bad, and I would not recommend it to anyone.
I find myself in a bizarre memory storage area stretching as far as I can see.
Yeah, why
it's
is
a
it
maze, a labyrinth, a massive interconnected network. I've never seen anything like it.
Well, if 9S is connected to the network of the robots, how did that even happen when he got EMP'd to death?
It must have been created by the machines. So then, what am I doing here?
Actually, didn't this happen in 2B's?
I am 9S. That's all I can... No, this did not happen in 2B's story. I am 9S. That's all I can remember.
Well, like, this kind of happened, because during the final sequence, didn't he get, like, shoved into the network because he was all damaged and shit?
At the very end of the game, he gets corrupted because of hacking into Eve, and 2B has to kill him, and then he manages to upload himself safely into the robots where they can then extract him later, and he won't be corrupted there. So that way he doesn't lose all of his memories. Large portion of my memory may have been destroyed. What if I forget everything? My memories, myself, my ...
My
okay,
left
calm
leg.
down. Okay, calm down. Calm down, calm down, calm down.
You don't want to go down that Simone
Just,
path. Your memory's
just
gonna
follow
get
the emergency manual and execute the memory recovery program.
He's gonna become the new Simone and kill 2B.
The recovery program begins to fill in the blanks in my memory.
Ooh, that's a sketchy plot point. Although
They
I
drift
guess
back like missing letters, filling out a word.
because they're supposed to be like standardized models. So they're probably trying to like force him to be back to the base model of himself.
I mean, no. So his base model would have 0 memories, basically. The bunker, 2B's plan, a colossal machine life form, the last resort missile strike. He's remembering the last things right before he went unconscious and ended up here.
Oh, yeah,
Preservation mode was activated at the moment of the blast. It halted most of the safeties the network had in place.
Wouldn't they have like some sort of default memory bank? I don't know if they come out as blank.
Okay, so if you remember right from the very beginning of the game, hold on, wait, it must have been an EMC strike, hooked me up to the machine network. I didn't read all of it. But yeah, so anyway, we're in a maze. We have to find the white nodes. There's dead end tracks that we can go down, but we have to find these little white nodes and interact with them.
The story.
Basically. It took a while, but the recovery program managed to restore most of my memory functions.
Is there a point to this being in past tense?
I mean, we're moving through the system, so time is passing. However, I still can't establish a link to my body.
Welp. That's
so
your
personality, everything's back, but not his body. Well, I guess there's nothing else to do but examine the surrounding memory space.
That is your entire attitude, Mr. 9S. Just the whelp right there. That is your whole viewpoint.
I mean, yeah,
Whatever.
he's just like, might as well do other things. It looks like the machines gathered and stored a lot of info in here. It all seems pretty random at first, but on closer inspection, I learn how it's all connected. There are a variety of entries, such as data on human history and philosophy, but what's really strange are the records of machines stored next to those.
Why are they have a record? Well, I guess
in the politics category are records of the machine's own governmental endeavors.
I guess it would make sense that they do just have the catalog of all human history, you know, the people that they were designed to murder.
They'd tried all sorts of things: absolute monarchies, republics, democracies. And that wasn't all. They also engaged in other scholarly pursuits such as philosophy, mathematics, science, and social criticism.
What were they trying to criticize, considering
It's like
everything?
The network was copying every possible human behavior and discipline.
Huh. They were trying to literally recreate humanity.
Almost as if.
And he lost his train of thought for some reason.
I mean, it's for us to be like what you just said. Almost. The machines are imitating humans? Why would they do that?
That is an obvious question. Considering everything we've seen.
I dive deeper into the records. I can find no indication of the machines creating new cultures or values. They only imitate human behavior. The strange thing is, if a unit fails, it fails in exactly the same way the next time.
Huh?
For example, if a machine forms a dictatorship that eventually collapses, it won't try a new type of government. It just forms a new dictatorship. Or
So
if it plants crops and they die, it just tries the same thing again.
They haven't bothered to learn and actually do the human thing. They're just, it's literally imitation.
Yes. And again. And again. And again. They keep performing the same behaviors. They don't ever learn. When it comes to the combat, the machines show overwhelming adaptive behavior and evolutionary speed. So why do they insist on imitating humanity? And more specifically, why do they imitate their failures? It's almost as if the objective is failure itself.
Yeah, but why multiple times?
I sense a change in the data, some kind of movement. I hone my perception and hold my breath. I hear something, a distant voice.
I wonder if the change is, you know, the introduction of Adam.
And now all androids. There's something there, something clearly intelligent.
I did want to bring this up during the recap at the beginning.
Okay.
But I forgot to bring it up. During the first Adam boss fight, and I probably didn't see it because I'm very oblivious to smaller details, that the machines were the ones that, through some process, created Adam through their fusing together somehow. And they did choose to do that on second watch. It almost seemed like, well, they were programmed to do it, and something activated that program, because when I saw them, it's like their eyes just started blinking, and like they were involuntarily being fused together in that giant sphere. It really didn't look like they chose to do that, so I thought that was a very interesting detail that I wanted to bring up, but I completely forgot about. That, like, to help answer the question, well, why was Adam created in the first place? Like, why at that specific time? Why now, when the aliens have been dead forever, and these robots have been building this society for centuries?
Not to mention the
centuries.
aliens were killed by the machines, though. That is what's been stated, if I remember right, of killing them. I announce to all androids
that I am also an android.
The words shimmer into focus. The voice grows clear in my mind.
Hey, look at that.
It is Adam, a machine made in the image of a man. We machine life forms have evolved, he says. We made war, learned, grew, and thus we gained a new consciousness. Indeed, it is as if a new form of existence has been born. Lies, nothing but lies from mere machines. This is, 9S. Adam laughs. And yet you androids claim to be alive? How very odd. You are puppets who lack even your own free will. No, you're wrong.
No, he's probably right.
His words flow through me as though they were poured into my ear. How am I wrong, boy? I'm where... Perhaps you have a will after all, he chuckles. Perhaps you have desires. Now, you see, boy, the true meaning of life is hatred. You're wrong. A vile hatred slumbers in the depths of your heart. You're wrong.
You're wrong.
The more you try to hide it, the more that darkness grows. Wrong. 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 Wrong.
9S is turning into a 5-year-old. No, wrong.
Damn
wrong,
it, that's
wrong.
the way you came from. That's the way you came from. We were made to protect mankind. We're not the same as you machines.
I mean, they're clearly, like, Adam is 100% correct here. You guys are puppets. You may choose how you accomplish your objectives, but you don't choose your objectives.
All who live are slaves to desire. Such internal appetites are what gives our lives meaning. Some seek beauties, others serenity. For me, hatred is the I'm not like that. Ha ha ha, oh yes you are. You do not trust anything. I wish your shit wasn't lagging. You want to destroy everything. I mean, no, I want to read it. You have lost hope in everything. It's just occasionally I can hear the sound before I see the text. Like right now, I don't see any text. You want to obtain everything. And there's a very specific line I want to read as it comes, but I don't know when it is. You...
So 9S is actually the edgy character. Secret.
You... I think this might be the line right here. You want to be loved by all... No, that's not the line. We're getting close, though. It's one of these you want lines. It's one of these you want lines. You're thinking about how much you want to fuck to be, aren't you? Yes, this was the line I wanted to read. You're thinking about how much you want to fuck to be, aren't you?
She takes
reality stained by lies.
21-0 should have been in.
Reality stained by lies. This is still Adam talking. Stop! Stop it! Hatred pouring into you. You're wrong, damn it. Overflowing desire. I'm not like you. Your true self
is a robot.
Not necessarily, just the whole...
The labyrinth end?
We're not the same. Stop it, stop it. Yeah, we're getting close to the end here. It's not my fault, okay? Damn it, Stop it, stop it, stop it.
Is he being folded into the network?
Help me.
Did Adam just, like, corrupt him entirely?
Not really, no.
I guess maybe his, like, own internal desires overtook himself, and maybe that's why he's lost in the network.
One treasured family above all else. One treasured family.
You shouldn't have read all those picture books, 9S. Look what happened. You got EMP'd, and now your brain's sliced in half.
But one more machine treasured.
I mean, we're talking about how each robot has...
Oh yeah, because I heard this before, I just don't remember where in this game. That the robots have, like, treasures/fetishes.
Basically.
Is this death?
Anyway, we get to skip a lot of the story because we were unconscious the whole time. Because this is now the rescuing of 9S. Now, given it's not that far, because she immediately goes to this area, but there's...
I guess that would explain how Adam was talking to us.
Yeah, because if you remember right, 9S is, like, essentially crucified up on a thing when the Adam and 2B fight happens. And if you don't remember, you're going to see it in a second. Oh, no, never mind. They have him on the ground already. You can see the wounds from where he was crucified.
Can you?
I mean, yeah, there's blood spots. There was blood spots on his chest and stuff because he was impaled. He was impaled all over his arms, his chest.
His knee got fucked up.
Yeah, there might have been one through his knee.
We didn't get to see the corrupted city again, which was probably the most interesting place.
And we'll see things like it later.
Since we didn't actually do the corrupted city, what happened next?
So you guys go back to the bunker, then 2B goes to do the thing in the foundry, and 9S hacks his way into the foundry. So we're not quite there yet, I don't think. I don't remember what order of things happen, but 9S for the rest of 9S's story until the
remember this happened before.
Until the
Well, now things are getting interesting.
Until basically, we're gonna do a bunch of really crazy new stuff as 9S and learn a bunch of shit up until the Eve fight, and then we're just gonna jump into the Eve fight.
Eve went crazy when...
Because if you remember properly...
The network was cut in half when he...
Back. You just have to wait for the dialogue to finish. But, if you remember properly,
the network is now destabilized because Adam's dead.
Yes, but after 2B gets done at the foundry, she runs to go confront Eve, and 9S flies in from the bunker and crashes into him. Well, he jumps out of the flight suit. He jumps out of the flight suit at the last second, but the flight suit crashes into Eve.
Yeah, I don't remember that part.
It's when Eve, like, surrounds himself with the ball of guys.
Oh, the thing's over there.
Huh? What was that?
9S, get reprogrammed and lose all those memories of your individuality.
Yeah, I know that, but we just got some kind of weird noise. Halt the data sync for 2B as well.
Are you trying to upload the machine network into the bunker, 9S?
Just to be sure.
Because that's not okay.
Open a port to the server.
I mean, he just stopped it. He just stopped the synchronization.
Oh,
anyway,
shit,
now you're
I'm
going on to the.
again.
Now you're going. No, now you're going on to the. You're hacking into the. This is the Yorha server. Yeah, now we're in the Yorha server.
Am I actually allowed to do this? I have crazy clearance.
It's debatable whether or not he has clearance. I'm pretty sure he doesn't.
I can just do these things. I'm going off the rails.
I'm pretty sure this is kind of his wealth, whatever. Like, I'm doing this because I have to.
Is this where the hacking's gonna get really challenging?
No, I mean, this is more just like mazes you're gonna hack through.
Shipping records.
Shipping records. So remember, if you remember correctly, they're supposed to be shipping things to the moon. Unit 10 empty. Unit 10 empty. So a bunch of the units have been empty. And then purified water and repair materials. I don't know. Why are the stuff they're sending to the moon? Why is it empty? Why are they sending empty containers to the moon?
Looks like records for supplies shipped to the moon.
I mean, my first guess is that they wanted to fake do it to, make themselves look good, but who would they be making themselves look good to? I guess command might be an obvious immediate answer, but why would the Yorhas? Do the Yorhas need a mission to continue?
You need to just get to the circle. You don't need to destroy all the black boxes.
I need to destroy them. They're all the wrong color.
Well, if you think this is how it's done, there will eventually be moments where you won't be able to do it, because there will be timed versions of these mazes that are bigger.
Well,
In fact, you might have already done a couple.
I did those versions.
Alright, Yorha unit storage records. 1S0010 for
12
NY.
12. Okay, so they're just units that went. We have. There's just storage records of 10 units.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much information here.
Wait. Why do I have the no? And whoever 1S is also a no.
So all the S models are the same kind of model. You're just the 9th one.
No, but on the end, like there's
I know.
yeses and nos.
I don't know if those are yeses or nos, or if, it might just be like you're not currently operating because you're currently unconscious. Like, I don't know.
But it looks like everything else is here. Huh?
The black box of what?
Your memories, your guys' personalities are all in the black boxes, remember? Like, you back up your black boxes at the beginning, but he only had time to do 2Bs, so he couldn't remember. Like, 9S doesn't remember anything that happened during the tutorial because he
Well, I'm just wondering, like,
2Bs.
which black box is he talking about?
They're, like, the people on that list, some of their black boxes, right?
We are not authorized to access this data.
Man, this stuff is all
Where is the port? I thought it was like.
Go back and no, go get that data. That's the thing that showed up.
Well, I thought that too, but then I tried to do the prompt and it didn't do anything. Oh, come on.
It's because she had to tell you you're not supposed to read this. That you don't have clearance. You're breaking the rules by opening this.
Well, maybe have higher clearance then, because that was really easy.
Why the heck would they install one of those in this server? Really? Why the heck would they install one of those in this server?
Bunker administration.
Yorha forces, Yorha unit combat system, bunker administration, chain of command, council of humanity development department, backdoor, support units, black box, resistance, permission to be received from designated parties responsible for each entry prior to viewing.
Okay, so it's just a chain of command. It looks like there's a scroll bar. Oh, wait, what?
Oh, scroll up. Maybe you're holding down and then it automatically, when it loaded, went to the bottom. Note that these documents
are confidential and not to be disclosed by any persons, any Yorha people aside from the commandor.
Yeah, and I forget if there's more that we'll get, or Because this is just the index page, but...
Looks like info about how the Council of Humanity was formed as part of Project Yorha. Wait, isn't that backwards?
Through a long period of battles and adventures, the prophets
Wait a second.
grant me the mercy of the land. Grant me the joy of the heavens. Release
Give me all the good things.
Thus shall our souls
What was that?
Someone put religion on the server.
Crap! Did they find me?
Negative. Emergency backup request from 2B.
Close the server connection and activate my body.
Affirmative.
Server connection and activate my body.
Affirmative.
I need to hide. I'm not very good at it. No one's gonna think that's suspicious, right?
9S.
Here, pull up the archive in a second.
We recently detected large numbers of machine life forms throughout the factory area. We received a support request from 2B soon thereafter, but have been unable to respond due to poor reception.
All right, I'll try to gain access from the main terminal.
What do you
Okay,
want
so
to look at in the archive?
I want to see if we got more data about the Yorha thing that he was talking about. Save data on server, shipping records. Okay, that's exactly the same. Yorha. That's just the empty containers. We already know that. It'd be the third one. Okay, no, it is just the index. Okay, so we just get to see the index, but 9S tells us that it tells us that talks about how the how Yorha made the Council of Humanity, which is backwards according to 9S. It should be that the Council of Humanity made Yorha.
Well, yeah, I mean it is like you don't make the Yorha first.
Okay, it's very clearly labeled on your map where you need to go, and you're going everywhere but.
I mean, it was 2 places. Okay, there's a dot here.
Maybe there's 2 places. Yeah, I was gonna say one is to talk to the commander, I guess.
What am I doing?
Or something.
The prompt's over here.
Oh, is the prompt up above? Does it want you to talk to the operator? The operator's sitting at a desk up there. Maybe this is from a side quest that you haven't turned in to the operator.
I don't see any red arrows.
That, or it's telling you it's on the other side of the thing, and it's what I think it was originally. But
oh yeah, it's all the way.
So
over there.
9S's operators on one side and 2B's operators on the other. So the left side when you're up on top of the elevator, like if you're facing down towards where the commander is, the left side I believe is where 9S's operator is.
We're going to the garage.
No, this is the server room.
Request granted. You may now use the device.
Yeah, this
Normally
is the
there's a
garage.
vendor here.
Huh, a confounding box just for me.
Yeah, I'd open that before you go into the thing, because I don't believe will, like...
Well, that's
Oh, no,
lame.
I think you... I mean, I assume they think you're gonna get this one right away when you start this route.
And that a large recovery would actually be a good loot reward.
I mean, that it's an okay loot reward because you just finished the fight with Eve.
2B's black box signal is still up and running. These comms are all
Okay, so this is a map.
Guess I'll have to break into the other side and take control.
Wait, am I gonna be hacking down there from here?
Yep.
God, they're really making this fast-paced. Well, there's no one to shoot. There's just, Roby Man.
There'll eventually be stuff to shoot.
Yeah, grab a body from the body pile. That's a great idea.
Nice.
Oh, he's not
Now
under
I just have to
everything.
unlock the door where 2B is. Now I just have to unlock the door where 2B is.
I mean, I guess I'll probably should figure out if I have attack capabilities.
I don't think you have attack capabilities yet. Oh, you do. I wouldn't attack though because you blend in. Also, this is, remember how I mentioned there's a bit of stealth hacking stuff? This is that. So you can jump from this unit to other units, and as long as you pick remote control, and you'll jump from that one to this one.
You will never be able to defeat me and my torch. And also my silly hat. This is totally Dark
Yeah.
Souls.
So what's one thing that's kind of funny is you can change continuity here.
You take my silly hat guy to the end.
Well, so when you open the door as to be, I forget what kind of robot it is, but you can be like any number of robots at that point.
Well, this one's level 4. It's better than level 3. Okay, they also can jump. Oh, this is gonna be fun to do as a clunky robot.
You know exactly where it's gonna stamp down, because it's gonna stamp down on the metal things.
Oh, really?
Yes, because it's building stuff.
It's a press.
So you're gonna know, you can see when it's gonna come punch down.
I did not notice that the first time I went through here.
Yeah, but yeah, now we're going through here as robot.
Come here, robot.
And there's a number of robots we can, different robots we can be.
This one has a gun.
And there'll be moments where in order to progress we have to be a certain model of robot, but it always makes those robots available like basically or nearby or kind of like right there.
Well, it has a really low level, but it has a gun.
Yes. In my opinion, the best one to be is the little hover guys with the gun.
Oh yeah, if I could get a hover bot, that'd be awesome.
Yes, the hover ones are the best ones to be, in my opinion. And you will eventually, like, for a puzzle, you'll be required to be a puzzle one. But yeah, if you remember right, during this part, a bunch of the robots started killing one another because we will become gods.
So I might... What actually happens if I die in a body?
Well, I actually have no idea, but you can always hack the guy that's attacking you. Remember that. You won't be able to subjugate him because he's aggroed to you and not... It's not like the stealth, he's not... Like, if they're non-hostile to you, that's when you get the options of subjugate and...
Okay, I have to be missing something because I thought I'd keep going down, but there's no way to go.
Yeah, head to the left. There's a way. There's a staircase to the left at the very end. If you keep following, there's an exit to this fall down spot, and there's a staircase. See the exit? Yeah, this guy kind of moves fucking slow.
Well, you know, he's got frog legs, so... Hey, anybody in here with combat capability? I mean, I guess there kind of has to be, considering this is happening. Ooh. Come here, Mr. Man. Ah, fuck, I picked the wrong one. Hopefully this one's not already dead.
I mean, if it's attacking someone, you're not going to be able to take control of it. You're just going to blow it up if it's in combat.
Maybe going this way is not the way to do.
I mean, it is. You have to go through there.
Damn it. I have, like, no health.
I mean, if you just wait a hot minute, they'll all kill each other. And then you only have to fight the survivors.
This one's just,
Maybe try to hack...
Now?
Oh, because you level up as you kill things, just like normal. But yeah, as you can see, some of them are docile and trying to hide and only really defend themselves, and then other ones are fighting with one another. So, like, the ones will eventually get all killed, because that's how I just stayed outside for, like, a hot second.
I want that level 15 boy.
So that's what they're trying to do, by the way. They're trying to level up.
Oh, that is what they're doing. They're actually killing for a purpose.
Remember how Adam just kind of like automatically levels up and shit?
Yes.
It's basically that they're trying to do.
Which door is the way forward?
Behind you.
Okay, there's only one.
The one with the green light. You can't go through the one with the red light. It's locked.
There's also an objective marker, so keep looking at that.
Kind of. The objective marker can get you a little lost if you have to head down and stuff because it's harder.
So you send the coordinates to the bunker?
Yes.
This one has an axe, right?
Yes.
He's holding something.
Holding an axe.
Oh, and he's fast.
Yes, because he's a medium-sized one with longer legs. Anyway, I'm trying to remember if there's anything in here that can harm you. I don't think... Like, there might be other robots you have to fight, but other than that, I can't think of anything in here.
Well,
I know eventually you have to move...
Gravity can kill me. Because, you know, the factory is just built on top of an infinite void. Ha, I jump attack first.
Yes, you should learn this combat well. There's a whole side quest chain where there's, so remember how I mentioned there's multiple gladiator pits? One of them you can only access as you can only compete in as 9S, and it's you remote control robots. You get to pick which robot you want to be, and you have to fight all the other robots in like a wave to be the last one standing. And sometimes it's smart to be the little one, believe it or not.
Anybody have good levels? No treasure for you.
Yeah, you probably grabbed it on the 2B playthrough.
Oh wait, you're a hover boy.
So as you can see, the conveyor belt's moving opposite direction you need to move, which is why the hover guy's there.
Okay, let's see how you fly.
Not as well as the other one, but you don't get to be the other one for a while. So you're not like flying, you just don't stick to the ground. You have an A that like causes you to hover in the air a bit, but you're not fully airborne. This one's not fully airborne. I'm pretty sure the other one is more.
It's just fake flight. Hey, there you are. Come to daddy. Well, let's see if you're worth the recommendation.
I don't know, these were my favorite to control.
Okay, so you also fake fly, but...
They all kind of fake fly. He does it better, though. Pretty sure you can lock on.
I'm not doing well at this whole stealth thing.
I mean, so that guy was attacked. Like, some of the guys just automatically attack you because they will become gods, right? And that, you just have to kill those guys. Like, the stealth thing is where, like, in order to take a new body, you need to be stealth to that guy, right? You know, for example, to get this guy, you can't be attacking him. If you end up in combat with the guy you're currently controlling, you wouldn't have been able to bodyguard him. That's basically all it is. And you can do this when, like, the more stealthy times in the game, and I don't think there is any that are required, but the more stealthy time in the game is, I think he's there if you want to be a big boy. He's one of the big guys. He actually has a really stick gun. He has that gun that shoots like a bazillion bullets.
I thought he had the fucking... I thought he had an axe.
No, that one had a gun arm. So there's different forms of the big guy, and my favorite form of the big guy to use, and in fact it's probably my favorite to use when I go to the battle bot like place where you have to control robots, is the one that has the
I'll fuck up continuity by being gun drone.
Yeah, I think you're just like a normal medium. Like, you're not, I don't think you're one of the little ones that like hobble. I think you're a medium one with like the longer legs, but not the... Essentially, there's 3 different sizes. There's small, medium, and large. And then there's special ones like the one you're currently controlling, which is a hover one.
Yeah, you guys aren't anything special. Because that's how...
So this is where you bump into 2B. It's this door you open up for her.
Because this is how engineering works. All you need to do is hack the system, and the machines will just work instantly.
I mean, you can hack them so that you gain control, and then you can turn them on and off.
Can't you tell it's me by my silly hat?
I hacked into this machine
Yeah, and I think continuity originally, you're like one of the guys that's in this room, like the same kind of model as the guys that are just chilling in this room. Anyway, now we're just gonna keep hacking into the whole factory as a whole now from where it is. So we're done with controlling a guy, I think.
Come on, gun, let's do it. We got this.
Okay, so make sure you look at every optional area before you go forward here.
Is the factory just full of information?
Yes, there's optional information you can get, and those are some of the files I was talking about not being able to get. So like go down every path and double check where you can and can't go.
How
and
many
double
shots does white walls take to go away?
You can't break them. You need to do the thing. You need to. That's a path you need to do the story thing to continue down. But like my point is, we need to look down. That one also has one. We have to look down each path though, because like one of these paths will have optional information, and like the other one will have. Yeah. So keep going.
It's a good thing I'm stubborn.
Yeah, because I think this is one of the optional ones. These little ones that are just off by the. Yes.
Hey,
okay.
It's
The proliferation of the white fluorination syndrome that emerged in 2003, along with the appearance of the giant end dragon, has continued unabated, and outbreaks are now being observed on a global scale.
They're talking about that thing I was mentioning, the Drakengard 4 ending. That's what happened.
Despite being researched in laboratories across the world, not only have there been no breakthroughs in the development of a vaccine to prevent infection, we have yet to ascertain how it even spreads.
Well,
However, many
technological dimension.
However, many technological breakthroughs have been made as a result of research conducted on the Mazo particle that was discovered at the same time. We are confident that the technology it enables, the separation of the soul from the body and the independent preservation of both, will be the final defense against the unprecedented threat to humanity we now face. Now the project has passed from preparation into the main implementation phase. We have given it the official name Project Gestalt. And these are the ones there's 11 of, and I did not find all of them. So, like, I want desperately to find them all, because while you apparently know the ending of Drakengard, this is what happens after that, I guess. And I really want to know all of Project Gestalt.
Yeah, it's almost like you can't just, whip up a vaccine to a godly disease.
I mean, as they said, the implementation of what they're doing is the removal of souls from the body.
Yeah, so they're trying to Halo 4 this up for some fucking reason.
Sure, I don't know what that is, because I don't really know the plot of Halo 4.
Well, a plot point in Halo 4 is that the Prometheans were a race of people who separated. I think they transferred their.
So left is the way to get the optional stuff, I'm pretty sure.
They transferred their bodies into code, and then someone corrupted their computer cells, and that's what created the Prometheans. Except that, obviously, 343, well, not obviously to you, instantly forgot about that after Halo 4. So, it now doesn't matter.
But yeah, and then...
This is going to be fun to deal with.
Well, so they never move where they shoot. They always shoot them in a straight line. Like they don't... Those specific things, Jeff, they're not... Their bullets are always going to fly in the same 4 directions from where they are.
Maybe I can have a better shot than if I go long range. And I have more time to dodge into their attacks.
Yes, because that's how you got hit by all 3 of those. Anyway, every single time you die, you're gonna have to do all 3 again, because you have to get them all in one life in order to progress. But there's Project Gestalt information locked behind this shit.
Apparently the game forgot about. Why the hell did they store all their secret government documents in the foundry?
I mean, this is presumably the factory they were using for Project Gestalt.
What are you guys up to? Praising the data node? Protest in opposition of the project that was disclosed.
Protest in operation to the spiritual preservation method that was disclosed as level 1 information related to Project Gestalt have sprung up in all areas. The committee continues to receive formal complaints from our research team regarding the collection of biased data. As a result, of the Gestalt process being conducted on the sick and elderly. The number of citizens having undergone the Gestalt process remains at 4. A public relations department will be established in order to better control information and improve our image. We will also consider rescheduling the project itself if such an action is deemed necessary.
So, typical corporate bullshit.
Kind of. It's not clear, and as I said, I didn't find all the Project Gestalt files. My guess is during the next act we have to willingly explore the Foundry as 9S, and that they're probably all in the Foundry, but like they're in optional boxes that only 9S can hack that are down in that area that we were in as the robot, because I know there's hack-only boxes in that area.
Yeah, you're probably right.
We received a report from the laboratory indicating the basic technology of the replicant system is expected to be completed by the end of August. Verifications of its safety along with clinical trials will be conducted from September through November. A report will be submitted to the Prime Minister indicating the completion of the replicant system will represent a tremendous leap forward for Project Gestalt. This report will be handled by the Public Relations Department. Remember that there's a game called Nier Replicant.
And clearly the Replicant project is Yorha, the android.
I mean, so I'm certain that this shit that like ends up like, so a friend of mine told me that Nier Replicant spoils Nier Automata and Nier Automata spoils Nier Replicant. Like, there are elements that there's knowledge that you will gain in both games that's new that will spoil things and like let you know things that when you're playing one you won't know.
I thought Nier Replicant was just a remake of Nier.
What?
Yeah.
Of this game? No, Replicant's its own game.
The original game, Nier.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. All I know is there's a game called Nier Replicant, and that's where that like that replicant shit they're talking about. That's what the characters are in that game. They're not androids. They're replicant. I don't know because I haven't played Nier Replicant. It's on my list now, but because this Project Gestalt shit is the shit that I was like, oh, I want to know all about this.
I didn't hear good things about Nier, so I didn't think it was all that interesting.
I don't know.
Maybe the remake fixed it.
Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, I think there's at some point a optional side path that appears in this room that we can go off to, like mid-fight. That gets us another Gestalt
well, we can check
file.
because it like appears at a random time.
I don't know if it appears at a random time, but
oh shit! I thought I had more help than that.
no, you were at whatever you were last at, so you were at one.
At least it's giving me plenty of time to, you know, deal with this.
I think it might be that they show it once you're able to destroy some of the center things, because there's 3 in the center, like the big ones that are protected, but yeah, I don't remember.
Maybe I should go in the circle and see if I can... No, I don't. Yeah, I can't go through the circle.
I mean, you should try to move with the bullets and target the things on the outside that are shooting, so that you have less things coming at you from the opposite direction. So shoot at that thing over there instead of the things in the center. Because those are all the bullets you're getting hit by basically are coming from these outer things.
Oh, and they are reinforcing. Either that or those are the enemies from the other side.
I mean, there's enemies from all over constantly shooting, so.
Okay, so that should have freed up the middle. You're gonna die before then, Doopy. 9S. Sorry about that. I could not work my way through these triple layer patterns.
I just shut down the electrical grid.
Yeah, look.
She was fighting in Engels?
This is where you turn off the power, but I was gonna tell you to look around before you kill the last one, because for some reason I thought there was another Gestalt file. This is the thing, like, I so desperately was mad that because I thought all the Gestalt files were gonna be found based on just, you know, playing the game, and then, like, nope. But, like, Because what numbers do you have right now? You have one.
1, 2, and 3.
Okay, because I swear when I left this, I had like 1, 2, 3, and like 6 or something. Like I had one that jumped ahead.
Grant me the joy of the heavens.
Well, I mean, if they really did put it in there, then it was pretty unlikely that was going to get it, to be honest. Because if it was going to appear that late in the fight, like, I'm in the fight. I'm probably not going to disconnect from the fight to go look at the entire border.
I don't remember. I feel like I just remember finding one. That's all I'm saying.
Here's another one. Someone left it behind. I better go crash into it with my flight suit.
Okay, good.
And my giant suit.
No, we're not quite there yet. She's just now leaving she just killed. You just got word that she killed the boss of the.
Understood.
I was wondering why it was going for a Dutch angle. Wait, what the fuck? Game? What the? I think my controller's fucked up.
No, I think the camera's fucking up. Try to.
Maybe I'll try it.
So the camera's supposed to be coming at you from one specific angle, and it's not. It's constantly flipping out and trying to come from every angle. So just like.
Yeah, but now my controls are fucked up.
Oh, your controls are fucked up? I have no idea then.
Okay, I got out of this by, like, R2ing everywhere, so I'll just keep doing. Yeah, like, right and left just go up and down.
That's not... I don't know what happened here other than I think the camera of the game didn't move where it needed to, and your controls are aligned with where the camera is supposed to be, but your visual isn't. So,
okay,
like...
I think I can make progress doing this.
But don't. I would just turn... Fuck, you can't even... Can you... Yeah, you can save the game in the menu and then just quit out, and I would do that.
Okay.
Because... So the camera is supposed to be coming from you from a different angle, and it's not. That's what's happening. And I think your controls are moving as if the way you're looking at this is from the proper one, but it's not.
The game went Dutch angle, and then someone just threw the camera on the floor.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that is. That didn't happen to me. So my guess is some sort of random bug happened to you. And for all I know, it's a bug that's in the, It's a bug that's in the, thingamajig.
The console version?
Yes. It could just be a thing with the console vision. Okay, so... Yeah, 1, 2, and 3 are found by hacking a node in the abandoned factory during the 9S's attempt to help 2B escape. So that's 1, 2, and 3.
4 through 9 are found randomly throughout the open world. Okay, I'm at this. So... Oh, they were probably trying to transition back into the 2D plane, and it didn't work.
That's what I was saying. They were trying to get the camera where it was supposed to be, and it wasn't.
You left quite a trail when you accessed the main server.
Well, there you go. Now we made the episode valuable. You got to see a once-in-a-lifetime glitch, maybe.
I don't actually know where this location or where Gestalt number 4 is. Yep, that one's in number 5's.
Also, you've been shipping everything wrong.
But I'd always heard it was the other way around. So did Yorha actually create the Council of Humanity?
And do I have to kill you for that?
Yes. We installed the Council of Humanity's server on the surface of the moon.
But that means...
Mankind no longer exists.
Oh.
Mankind no longer exists.
Darn.
In truth,
I don't know how I don't think I spoiled that for myself. I think I just pieced it together because I remember going into Route B knowing humanity didn't exist, and then when you played through Route A, it didn't come up, and I'm like, wait, how did I know that humanity didn't exist? And I think it's that I just pieced together that humanity was probably dead.
We only have like 0.2% of the human DNA, so we're fucked.
But why would you?
Humans were already extinct when the aliens attacked.
I mean, how would you know that unless, like, someone sent a signal from where the humans were saying we're all fucked?
Well, because humans never went to the moon, Jeff. They died on Earth.
Oh.
They never went to the moon. I'm pretty sure she either just told you or she's going to tell you that Yorha put the thing on the moon. That, like, is where humanity supposedly is.
Well, I thought that the reason why Yorha originally came here was because humans colonized other places in response to Earth falling apart. And so, like,
no.
Humans would be, like, out there, in space.
No, it was never stated anywhere that humans colonized space. It just said they escaped to the moon when the aliens attacked. That is what we've been told so far. They never have said anything about going to, like, Mars or anywhere else.
If you want to look at
Humans died on Earth is what actually happened. Presumably because of that virus we were seeing about.
So how do the aliens fit into this? Because they were killed by their machines, did they come, like... Well, the humans were fighting the aliens, so the aliens won, and then everything else happened.
Well, so humans died before the aliens got here, meaning no one, like androids presumably were the only ones fighting the aliens.
Because the only reason we know that the machines are created by humans to fight humanity is from Yorha itself.
Well, no, the only place where we know where androids were created to protect humanity is from Yorha itself.
Yeah, but
Yorha says that.
Yeah, but we know that, well, we originally know that the machines we have to destroy because they were created to destroy humanity as a weapon.
Right, but it turns out that humanity was dead before they even showed up. Or, potentially, and this is something I theorized, but as I said, I didn't find everything about Project Gestalt. I think maybe humanity is the machines, since the aliens didn't make the machines. But I haven't found confirmation in the game of that yet. But I also didn't find everything there was.
Why? Why did you have to...
Oh yeah, wasn't this the one cutscene we saw?
It's not fair.
Yeah, we did see one of Eve at the table. It might have been this last one. I don't remember which one. But yeah, it is currently my theory that potentially Project Gestalt happened in phases, and there's different versions of stuff, and the robots are like the early stuff, and the androids are the later stuff. Potentially, this is all me. This is not stuff I know for sure because I did not find all the Project Gestalt files, and this is me theory crafting up Project Gestalt. I do, but like that would explain what Adam and Eve are, right? They're not actually machines, they're androids. The machines managed to make the next thing that humanity made before they died out, which was androids.
Any details?
I'm assuming I'm not going in the wrong direction. I was like, that NPC is running in this direction.
Anyway, I'm gonna point something out just so that you notice something, but because I noticed it, but I actually knew of this thing that I was supposed to look at because I played Final Fantasy XIV, and there's a whole raid that has to do with this game in Final Fantasy XIV, and there's a character that shows up in this that hasn't shown up in the game yet, but we're about to run past them here, and they're just gonna be.
Oh, it's a hologram.
Yeah, see that person?
That's a person.
It's that hologram of that person. That's some fucking ghost shit because they're not there. I mean, it's a hologram, but like my point is the game showed them very briefly. You jump in, they're not there anymore, and we'll see more of that person and some other stuff. But I remember noticing that in my playthrough, and I was like, oh shit, like maybe there was more of that in this game, and I missed it.
No, I don't. I think like someone who had that many effects on them, I probably would have noticed. But, like,
I mean, my point is there might have been other ways they hinted at that character being present in the story. In fact, I do think I noticed one in this run today that I think might be having to do with them. But we're gonna
oh yeah,
see
I
them.
have my sword.
We're gonna see. We're not gonna get to talk to and like learn a bunch about that character for a while, but
the third round has to be extremely short if you got it done at level 50. Because I'm level 48 now.
it was in the 50s, so I might have been like 58. And I mean, I didn't. It is shorter, I feel, all in all, but.
Time to find an angles. Well, you're flying at like 1,000 miles an hour. How do you expect to find anything?
Yeah, at the last second, you're gonna jump out of it and smash it into Adam.
What robot was she fighting?
She was fighting the big thing Adam was like inside, because Adam showed up, or not Adam, Eve. Eve showed up and then surrounded himself in a bunch of robots and made a like a ball.
Oh yeah. The bigger Eve.
All of you are going to die.
So we showed up halfway through the boss fight.
Yeah, we showed up after what is like the first phase of.
Yeah, because this was like. It had
okay,
like
so
8 phases.
Yeah, he had a bunch of phases. So the first phase was like another version of the boss 2B just fought. Then it was this ball. This is what the ball I was thinking he crashed into, but no. There's a different ball-shaped enemy that he's inside of before. Then you fight this thing.
At least I can somehow hack into this, and he's still using the same patterns as the other thing enemies for some reason. I don't know, I kind of figured he'd be using like unique patterns.
I don't remember, like, he has harder patterns than this in, like, the later phases, but I don't know if any of them were, like, 100% unique to him, or if they were just, like, some of the very high-end enemy patterns. Personally, I would just hack it over and over and over again.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna try and attack. Oh, come on, really? Unkillable spider pattern.
I mean,
the other thing is that, like,
I wouldn't ever. Yeah, but you have a ridiculously long time limit if you're, like.
Like how long? Like 30 seconds?
I mean, right now you got 2 seconds left, and I think you took that overly cautious. But, like, my point is you have a lot of time. Like, I barely ever get close to running out of time. That is one of the harder patterns, so I will accept that it took a while.
It's this pattern that I boarded myself to death
on. This might have been the one you boarded yourself to death on. For some reason, I think it might not have been, though, because this is the one where the one on the inside is shooting really fast, but doesn't open up until you kill all the things to get to it. So when it unlocks is when it starts shooting at you. I think that's like one of the easiest of the higher difficulty ones.
Ooh, this pattern again. Gotta love it. It's really annoying. Oh, thank Christ. I thought you were gonna have like another 2 waves.
No, it doesn't have that many waves. None of them have that many waves. Sometimes they just have a lot per wave. I think you killed it.
Where'd he go to me? Oh my god, he became a mole. Oh, he became a worm.
Yeah.
That was almost right.
They're still coming?
Yeah, now the game's gonna be like, Pastel's gonna call and be like, help! Or something.
Oh yeah, we fought him in like 2 locations?
We fought him in 3.
I do not remember the third one. Where was that one?
You're about to run to it, so no, Pastel, the last one's in the pit, the very last one's in the pit, but the next one is you run to Pastel's village, but you don't actually run all the way. You run to, like, what is the end of, like, the main open map.
I was not looking forward to you fucking electric AoE assholes.
I mean, so for one, something that's easy to get past the electric AoE, hack.
Yeah, but why when there's only like 3 guys at a time?
In my opinion, it's faster than hacking these guys apart.
Yeah, he might have a point as 9 at us. Him and his tiny sword. I might try and go to midnight and see if we can make this happen. But I'm having a feeling that if there's going to be additional ending stuff, I don't think we're going to make it.
I mean, we're not going to finish the game today by any means.
Well, no, not finish it, but like finish this route, maybe.
I mean, yeah, this route has like 2 major fights left.
Yeah, but if it has like another 6 phases.
Oh, it has 2 That's what I mean, like, the very last one, I guess, has other phases, but they're not like these big run around do shit phases. Like, it's just like you're gonna go to the pit and you're gonna fight like a couple versions of him, but you're gonna be able to hack him instead of attack him with swords and shit, so you're just gonna be able to just always hurt him and like never have to worry about anything, and you're gonna do hella damage, and it's really fast, in my opinion.
Ooh, you got a phalanx out here.
Yeah, but it's really easy to shoot through all those guys really fast, and then once they're all dead, this pattern just opens up. They don't summon anymore, they're just all there at the start.
Unfortunately, you did not AoE much.
I mean, he AoE just as much as they normally do, it's just he wasn't near other people, but it's fine, because...
Nothing is fine, this is all bullshit. Everyone is dead, nothing matters.
Alright, just let 2B kill that guy and move on.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that 2B's AI isn't, like, super aggressive.
You can change it.
Yeah, I can.
Just talk to her.
Come on, I want to get, like, a middle. I want to get a middle guy. Hey, you're close enough.
So you can use one of the sticks to change what thing is targeted. I remember right. Pretty sure the right stick does that. You can flick with the right stick and change what you're targeting.
Flick is a loose term for that.
I mean, maybe it's not flick, but my point is you can change the target.
Maybe it would be worth hacking you guys, considering your fucking bullshit AoE crap.
It's not bullshit.
Oh, it's total bullshit. I hate this.
It's very televised.
Doesn't make it not as bullshit when it's lasting like 6 seconds.
When you can shoot them while they're doing it, while you can hack them while they're doing it, you can laser them while they're doing it. It's not my fault you don't use the gun.
Well, I can still be annoyed about it.
I mean, my point is it's not bullshit. You can be annoyed, it's just not bullshit.
Well, I'm gonna call the thing that's annoying me bullshit.
I know, and I'm saying you're wrong. That's you can call it bullshit, that doesn't make it bullshit.
It makes it bullshit to me, the person playing the game.
Eh.
What do you mean loading the map? Is there something really cool over there?
I don't know, I never had this.
Oh, they needed to load the shadow.
I was gonna say, I never had this, because, I don't know, I was playing on computer or something. Anyway, yeah, you just have to kill the stuff that's over here now, and...
Oh yeah, did they put back the shortcut block for some reason?
Yeah, they moved the shortcut block to prevent the robots from getting in.
Oh, so it was for a reason.
Yeah, as she just said, we sealed off the entrance to the village.
How dare you do that? I can help you if I can get over there.
I mean, no, you are helping. The ones that are attacking are right here.
Clearly, there's going to be flying robots that are going to get in the village, and now I can't get over there, Pascal. What are you going to do now?
Nah, there's not flying robots in the village. I mean, there are, but, you know, they're members of the village.
You can still hack as long as you're flying through the air after getting slapped in the face. That's perfectly valid, apparently.
I wonder if my way of hacking is faster than yours. So you hold down the Y button, I spam the Y button. So like, and I shoot separate hacks that both, like, cause you know how when you initially hit them with the hack, it feels like half, and then you have to like hold it down for a little bit. I just threw it over and over again.
Spamming the button didn't really work.
I don't know. I just remember that's how I did it, because I didn't realize I could hold it down for the longest time, so I just spammed it.
Oh, the boss appeared 2 feet from us.
I mean, this version, yeah. You have to kill this one, which is easy because you can hack.
But what about the loot?
I mean, if you want to waste a bunch of time grabbing very basic stuff for the most part. The machine leg is a good thing to grab. Sever cables, kind of neither here nor there.
Okay, come on, finish up.
I was gonna say you should lock. I don't even think you have. Oh, you have. Okay. I was like, I didn't even see it start. I was like,
yeah,
did you hack it or did?
Sky.
I know, but like my point is, if you're not like targeting something, you can just kind of, you know, miss.
Oops. I almost threaded that needle there. Yeah, but I edged the square. You're the one who said this somehow extends my hack range.
I mean, I know I was right.
Oh god, I remember this fucking pattern.
Yeah, it's
Well, I guess he's only firing in one beam, so it's not.
I know, as long as you keep moving to the way opposite is, or I mean, like the opposite the beam's curving, which I mean it curves based on what's tracking you, so it's gonna curve with whatever way you choose to, like, curve away from whatever way you choose to go initially.
Hello, border box.
I think this might have been the one that you killed yourself on by bumping into the border a whole bunch.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, don't worry, I'll get another pattern. I'll get this pattern, the pattern I fucking hate. How the hell did I thread that needle? Explain it to me, universe. How did that happen?
His bullets were hitting some of the white walls, so there was just less bullets. Now do it again.
Well, that one was a lot easier.
Yes, because his bullets got hung up on the white wall.
Damn it, 2B, how much damage are you doing? Like, I had to do that like 5 times.
What happened here?
I mean, it's an aerial enemy. Her AI is probably struggling about those things.
Presiding over them may have gone mad.
It's gotta be.
If we destroy this presiding unit, will it stop the rest?
Yeah, now you have to run into the pit.
Well, you're not part of the network, so you're not hearing his, like, insane screaming.
We'll take care of Eve.
You just worry about keeping the village safe, okay?
Yeah, because I definitely believe that Pascal can stand up to the Eve assault.
He is a pacifist, so not really. He is a pacifist, so not really.
I don't think the white flags are really going to do much in this case. Oh, hey, it's Mr. Arm Droid. And he exploded.
Now what?
Why is Eve still crying? I thought he was kind of in rage mode.
I mean, he's freaking the fuck out. Wait, see the one enemy on the map?
I was like, is Eve, like, where did he go?
He's sitting on the pillar like he was last round.
Eve, where are you? I can't see you. Look up. What's up?
Yeah, so now this is the last. Like, this isn't. This is the last phase, but there's like multiple sub phases, if you will. Like, so now you're just gonna fight this, and then he's gonna do the thing where he blasts you away, and then you're hobbling, and all you have is the gun, and you're gonna have to dodge and gun and dodge and gun, and that's like, I mean, you just lock on and continue gunning while you dodge, but you can only hobble to like dodge, so you just have to not be where
Is this
shit's heading. Yes.
Need to get in the zone. I'm not. Okay, now I'm in it.
Remember that the black pillars always just shoot in the 4 cardinal directions. Like they don't have, their bullets don't move. I mean, like, my point is their bullets aren't chasing you.
You meant the black pillars. I was like, you mean like the spheres in the middle? Because that doesn't
No,
really work with the
I said pillar. I said pillar. They always shoot like in 4 cardinal directions.
Yeah, I don't think this one's gonna be a successful pattern.
Really? I personally don't think this one's very hard. You just stay in the middle, so you're prevented from the other ones, like the main and like the main circles. You just stay in the middle until they're open.
I'll take your advice because I rolled it twice.
Yes, but like from this middle, you can shoot that one to your left. Like, you can shoot the pillars from using while still having one of the walls to your back.
Well, that was pretty good advice. Oh.
Yeah, see? 4 hacks and he's dead. And I don't even think he's...
And I don't have to do the platforming.
And you don't have to do the platforming, which is the thing I said earlier about why this fight's gonna be faster, is because you literally Oh yeah. Sometimes there's pillars, certain patterns, the pillars shoot the little red homing ones that you can just shoot and get rid of. They just very slowly chase you.
You must have been happy when you realized that, but you were the one who didn't like the hacking in the first place.
I mean, the hacking became significantly easier when I found out I could lock on to the enemy. Like that, because all I needed to do was constantly like flick the lock on button because it would change my direction to the nearest one. And then eventually everything was dead except for the thing I needed to kill, and I never needed to focus on.
Get him!
Yeah, I believe now he's gonna do the push you away attack. You just have to wait.
Is he guaranteed? Oh, come on.
Yes, this is gonna be the push you away, everybody's hub. Oh no, he heals first. I think. Or maybe he heals then does the push away attack? I don't remember. Because I know eventually he does the push away attack where he...
Circles in the squares. Oh.
I'm going to try hacking into Eve and shutting him down. Back me up, 2B.
Well, why didn't you do that in the first place?
Oh yeah, now you have to do a special hack, I think. I think it's, yeah, now you
boss fight. And he's doing Metal Gear Solid screaming.
You should just use lock on. This becomes infinitely easier if you just lock onto him.
I don't even know if I'm doing damage, to be honest.
You are if you're hitting him, but you're like, most of your shots are just shooting to the left or the right of him. Like, just hold the lock on him.
Okay. So now what?
Now move forward.
Now what else is in the forest?
More fights.
So I'm guessing this is what you were talking about.
What? What was it that I was talking about that you think I was talking about?
You better learn how to deal with those circular patterns or else you're gonna get fucked up.
I mean, I was more referring to the stuff you were just doing, but yeah, because this, in my opinion, is a lot easier than some of the patterns in the actual hacking minigames. You just shoot the orange and move through it.
No, I'll contend that they're easier patterns. Like, I won't doubt that.
I do know.
Also, he's still talking.
Yes.
Oh, shit. It curved a little bit more than I thought. I mean, at least the game's not like complete, you know, fuck you on the whole difficulty of it. Where they'll checkpoint you pretty nicely. Is this a maze or am I just...
A maze. It's a maze.
Okay, it is a maze.
I mean, the answer is both, but it's a maze.
Come on, get through everything. Very disconnected maze.
I mean, I don't know. It's pretty easy to see where the...
Where they put all the black spots.
I mean, not really, but like... You know, it's
kind of hard to hear him when he's whinging all the time.
I don't know, I think you have the volume of the game really quiet, because I can hardly hear it, and I have the volume on the stream all the way up. So I just assume you have the game volume.
Ages ago, I would have changed it.
I mean, I don't know, I assumed you wanted it at that. It's not that I can't hear it, it's just that it's a lot quieter than, say, if I was playing it.
Now time for the final phase against a house. Or a gazebo.
I never disliked fighting, but I didn't.
So Cheddar, how do you fight a gazebo?
I mean, very carefully.
Where would its weak point be?
The opening of the gazebo,
Well, I guess I didn't need to find an answer to that question. Was what he was saying important?
I was philosophizing with his brother, kind of. What they were saying was probably important to the meaning of the game, but I don't know if it's super plot important. I'm gonna say the stuff that I feel like is the most plot important out of all the Adam and Eve conversations, and from my experience, was the stuff that Adam says to 9S, because 9S is basically, I would call, the main character of this game.
2B doesn't have the personality to really be a protagonist.
There's stuff to 2B, and we'll get to it, but anyway, this is the shoot phase, where you just have to hobble around and shoot, and dodge and shoot. Oh no, we're not quite at the hobble. We're at the I can move around and not hobble phase of this.
Was this the phase when I was having trouble locking onto him?
I don't know.
Because I'm having trouble doing that.
I never had problems lock on. You maybe need to be closer to him to lock on.
Which is, you know, kind of hard when he's throwing a wall at me.
I don't know. I never had problem locking onto him, so I don't know what your issue is. You might be able to hack him still, seeing as you, like...
Oh yeah, that'd probably be infinitely
as you're running around still, I assume you can still hack.
Oh, the fucking rotating cube pattern. Oh, I love
Yeah,
this.
so get used to this. This is gonna start happening more.
Really?
Yeah, because the game is only gonna get harder from here.
This fucking sucks. I hated this pattern so much.
Well, so they only, or at least in my experience, they really only move when you're close to them. Because I'm used to only seeing like 1 or 2 move at a time, and it's because I'm moving them. Or I'm moving near them.
Okay, this one's shooting at the get-go. I'm assuming this one just has a lot of...
I mean, there's shields you can use to dodge, it's just the shields are temporary because the enemy can eventually whittle them down just like you can.
Okay, there wasn't a lot of reinforcement, but now I need to shoot through the... Yeah.
Just lock onto it. You will shoot through the orange if you just lock onto it. Anyway, now he's gonna do the big explosion where you're gonna be hobbling and just shoot him.
I mean, it's an interesting spin on, you know, being weak. Because, like, usually boss fights just do not do this sort of concept correctly.
I still don't understand your issue of, like, I can't lock onto him, because I 100% could. Like, my only thought is just some weird ass...
My issue is what it is. Like,
I know, but, like, I'm not saying how dare you have this issue, Jeff. I'm thinking out loud about why this issue is happening.
Okay.
Like, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm not saying how dare you have this issue. Oh, you're locked onto him. You're locked onto him there. At the end, for a bit, you were locked onto him. Well, yeah, no, I wasn't accusing you of having the issue of logging on. I was thinking out loud, and almost always when I go, I don't understand why you're having this issue, 9 times out of 10, it's me thinking out loud, trying to figure out why you're having the issue so I can give you the advice. Or if it's something that's not advice, I can figure out what's going on.
Okay,
like, is there like a version difference between like the console and the Steam version? Like, I don't know. Is it like a controller difference? Like, I don't know.
Unfortunately, I got networked too hard and now I'm dying. Well, no, I just exploded like you did.
9S.
This is the consequence for learning the skill Robot Fist. Now I've become Magneto.
You said that last time.
I did?
Yeah.
Damn.
You did. The stuff started floating towards him. I'm almost positive he said, I have become night. He was like, I fucked up. And you're like, I have become night. I've become Magneto. And I'm like, oh, he said it again. Anyway, she's gonna choke you out.
Oh yeah, that happened because it was
the weirdly sexual choke out.
Well, if you're gonna strangle someone, that's probably the best way to do it.
I mean, my point is, like, 9S makes some, or not 9S, 2B makes some noises during this, which are, like, both, like, cries of pain, but also sound like sexual moans, and it, like, kind of bugs me. I'm just like, it's so weird, it feels really uncomfortable. Like, as hot as
I would imagine the strangling of 9S would be uncomfortable.
No, specifically the sounds 2B makes, but whatever.
I thought we were in a nice place where we were gonna live together in the park, and then this happened. You have to fucking die now.
They don't even kiss.
9S is gonna get cock blocked every time. Okay, the Scarlet Sisters.
Yeah, so those weren't there last time.
I mean, I guess I'm wondering how they're there, unless like somehow 9S being connected can visualize them.
We'll have to find out.
Yeah, they're just struggling really hard to strangle each other.
Well, not to strangle each other. Well, only one strangling the other. But like, from a distance, you can't tell if her hands are around his neck or if they're on his shoulders. And the way she's positioned on top of him is a sex position. So like, it's weirdly sexual to me, and that's the weirdness to me, because 9S is too childlike in my mind that I don't. Anything sexual with him is a little weird to me. Albeit, I am a big fan of the "you wanna fuck 2B" line. Just because, like, when it happens, I'm like, the whole internet! Like, the whole internet! Adam's talking to everybody! He's talking to the player! Because 2B is one of the most, probably if I had to take a guess, 2B is one of the most, like, porned character on the internet. Like,
you know that's not true.
She's up there is my point. She's up there. Like, I know she's not number one. Number one's probably like
She didn't even say the line, unless they didn't subtitle it.
What was what line did she say? Not again?
Yeah, where they're implying that this is like repeating somehow. Which, I mean, it has a whole bunch of implications beyond the other
She did say it again. It might not have been subtitled, but she did say it. And we will find out what that line is referring to.
You're not gonna be able to kill everything with half a sword.
Is this a message?
I mean, what are you gonna do about the other
unless
50
there's
heads?
documents, the answer to the not again line is
the looping.
I mean, it's as we're gonna find out very quickly. It's definitely not a loop.
Okay.
Because Route C takes place after these events. We won't be playing through the same events. We will be further ahead in the timeline. Like, everything that happened here will have already happened at the start of Route C.
I am observing you, 2B. You really fucked up.
But like, I assume there might be a bunch of files we can find about some stuff that helps explain what 2B is talking about, but it does eventually come up in the story. It's just to me, I want more on it, and my guess is there's files again, just like how I want more on the Project Gestalt, but I didn't find all the files.
This is a pretty hand-wavy explanation of this happening. It's just like, how did it happen? Well, it happened.
I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah.
I felt really bad killing you at all.
Well, there's that, and then there's also like do you remember how like the farther we got in the 2B story, the more you were like, well, it's weird that 2B seems to suddenly care about 9S.
Yeah, because they didn't have a lot going on in the middle of the story.
Well, there's reasons to that, and that has to do with that not again line and stuff like that. Like, why does she seem to have such fondness for a person that she hasn't spent all that much time with, and like this and this? And it has to do with that not again line.
I guess we're gonna be ending it on the credits.
Yes.
We did get to the ending before midnight, like you thought it would.
Yes, I figured we would. Okay, interesting. I didn't realize one of the Project Assaults would be there. So all of the Project Gestalt files require 9S to do something. So we have to do it when we're... So the next chapter will have parts where we switch which character we're playing as. And we have to do it when we're playing as 9S. And it's like just a bunch of things we have to kind of go gather.
Well, is it just a bunch of chests? Or is it just like, you actually have to do like some tasks to make this happen?
It looks like... Hold on, let me run through it, because we got 1, 2, and 3 automatically.
At least this is a better song than the original credits song, because I don't even remember the
I thought it was this for the first time.
I feel like if it was this, I probably would have remembered it, unless we literally talked over the whole thing.
We might have. Okay, the second one doesn't look like we need anything, or the fourth one, because we have the first three. Fourth one doesn't look like we need anything special. The fifth one doesn't seem like anything special. The sixth one doesn't look like we need anything special. Oh no, the fourth one does require something special. We need an elevator key that we can only get by doing a side quest for a meal.
I do not remember it in a meal at all.
I don't think we've ever gone out of our way to talk to him after he first showed up in the story.
Maybe we did meet a meal like once.
So, you know when like the head pops open and it's like, huh, where am I? And then they're like, hey, let's kill it. That's a meal. And I don't know much about Emil, but apparently there's a side. So I know during the. I don't know if he does it during Acts 1 and 2, but I know during Act 3, essentially, or Route C, I should say. He like wanders. No, he wanders. He wanders as a. Emil wanders. No, it's just a talk. Oh yeah, there's the one over there. Yeah.
No, I kind of had a little appreciation for these Japanese ballads. Even though I can't understand.
Ness's room.
Hey, we did it.
2B. I needed to give you this.
I thought you were gonna give me a hug or something.
Say, 2B. No, never mind. Just be careful.
Come on, go for it, man. You have feelings.
I mean, I think what he was gonna say there is, hey, humanity's dead and all this fucking shit. And then he chose not to, because you know, as it stands right now, I don't know if I did this. I might have got up from my computer. Well, I mean, he's not the only one that knows, because the captain clearly knows, but like, you know, he knows, and the quest mark is not there, and you can't access it during the
preview.
Remember your pain. The pain of having your homeland stolen. The pain of we will never give up our struggle. We will take
well, this is certainly something different.
the skies, the land.
I told you it's the sequel.
We will take back our world from the scourge of the machine.
The sequel is called The Preview.
We will not fail in this mission.
And 2B became even edgier. Except I don't think she was edgy to begin with.
Glory to mankind.
That's not 2B, that's a whatever the fuck.
That's A2?
Yeah, the one that threw the sword in the desert there, that was A2.
I wonder if this is a thing they added during the goatee edition. Because
anyway,
it's basically just advertising there's 2 more endings to go do.
I mean, kind of. So, I found out, because I thought it was 2 more, like, full routes. There's, like, a pinnacle choice, like, right at the end. And depending on which one choice you make, it's C or D. I think I got C.
Well, I guess I'll see if I bumble into the other one.
It's
called Childhood Ends. Okay, you're gonna have to kill A2.
Yeah, so apparently one of the Gestalt files we can only get if we get a key from Emil, which we have to do a quest for him in order to get that.
The most complicated quest ever written. So yeah, that's gonna be it for today. It's a little bit longer than what we intended, but you know, it can happen when a game's ending. I mean, I'm fucking all on board for whatever the third route's gonna be, and I'm assuming it's gonna be A2's story, because I have no idea who else it could be.
I never quite realized.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't really have anything else to say. Probably just head out here.
That means I'll be performing regular checks on you.
I guess we
Well,
could.
It looks like a couple of them are tied behind Emil's quest, which makes sense because Emil's like a character across the entire goddamn series, so it makes sense that he has answers.
I was gonna say, unless you wanted to go over your, I don't know if you could, your
Paper Mario
topic for 10 minutes.
I mean, yeah, I can quickly. Did you watch the video I sent about the changes, or do I need to cover them all basically quick?
Yeah, you should probably cover all of them.
Okay, so here's a quick rundown of a bunch of the changes. So, translation is significantly closer to the original Japanese. This makes random lines slightly different, and other lines majorly different. The biggest one that caught the internet being that Vivian is trans in English now. The game looks great. There's some, like, because of the 30 frames a second, there's some, like, execution difficulties, apparently, for people who are, like, very skilled at the original, but because it ends up making the timing slightly different, so if you have, like, them, like, hard-coded into yourself because you've played the original so much, then you probably will have a bit of difficulty adjusting, from what this person says. Otherwise, it's perfectly, it's fine, and you really can't tell. A bunch of the enemy encounters, they've noticed that there are more enemies in the new one in some of the encounters than in the old one, which leads to more EXP. However, and this is part of my guess for it, another thing is that you get money every time you beat the bosses. You get like a goal complete set of money, and I noticed in the video when he's talking about like what changes got made that he mentioned like a time where he didn't have enough money in the original game, so he had to go grind enemies. And so my guess is that's the difference, and why you have more enemies in some encounters and end up getting more XP in the remake, is so to like make up for that, like you don't have to go grind anymore. Also, they did change. Another one of the big changes that people won't, really appreciate and talk about is it Chapter 4, the Vivian chapter, with the character whose name is a mystery.
It is a really rubbish chapter.
Right. So, it's still a really short chapter, all things considered, and the boss is pretty easy, like he was in the original. However, so the original chapter has you run to the chapel, run back to the town, run back to the chapel, run back to town, run back to the chapel, and then you're done. You now have to run to the chapel, run back to town. However, you do move faster than enemies now, so it's much easier to avoid enemies. This is another reason why I think enemy encounters have more enemies in them, so that you don't have to. Because like originally, if you move slower than the enemies, I presumably you'd have to fight a fuck ton more things.
Did they like make the hallways wider in the route?
I don't think so, but I had no trouble dodging them. So
that was my problem, is like you try to sneak around them, but like the fucking path is so narrow. It's like,
oh well, I know one of the things that got noticed is that you do move faster than enemies now in comparison to the previous game. Also, enemies don't aggro you nearly as far. So like they used to, the person who made this video mentioned that they really hound you. Like the enemies really hound after you in the original, and they don't in this. They don't as much in this one, and I think it's part of it to make it less make the game move more quickly and smoothly instead of like fighting the same fight a million times, which in Chapter 4, as we're talking about, so originally you have to run to the chapel, run back to town, run to the chapel, run back to town, run to the chapel. So now what you have to do is you have to run to the chapel, run back to town, run back to the chapel. You then unlock a warp pipe that takes you back to town. You then do what you need to do in town, take the warp pipe back, and you're done.
Yeah, that was really the only thing they could do unless they wanted to add major stuff, is you basically just take out the commute, but then like you said, the counter problem to that is, well, you just made your chapter extremely short now.
I mean, yeah, but it's less. It's like my point is you don't have to fight all those fights, and they're annoying fights, and like, you know, so I think it's better for it, and it seems like most people seem to also think it's better for it. You know, that chapter being shorter isn't all that bad. People also notice, so one, you can carry a few more items. There's also a couple, you know, more consumable items in the overworld, which means you have more items, which means you're going to use more items more often because you have more items you can find in the overworld. So there's like that. In my experience, it didn't necessarily make the game feel super easy. I mean, the game's already super easy in my opinion. So like, it didn't make, like, the items didn't make the game seem harder than like I remember as a kid.
I mean, I would agree with you up until chapter 8. And then I remember a big old jump up.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily know if they added that many items at that point, because I don't know where all that is. But yeah, and another couple things they noticed is that they did move the location of some save boxes to kind of more convenient locations. So, for example, there's one at the bottom of the stair. They moved them, so like they were someplace else before, and now they're not. So there used to be one, for example, going back to chapter 4, there was one outside the door to the bottom of the bell tower. So all the boos are swarming you, and there's a save block there, but you can go through the door after you hit the save block. They moved that save block from that side of the door to the other side of the door, so the boos aren't hounding you while you're trying to save. That's one of the changes. And then yeah, one of the other save blocks, there's a save block in the woods that's on the left side, like when you first enter the black and white woods place. I forget what it's called, but when you first enter the black and white woods there's a save block. Yeah, Bogley Woods. There is a save block somewhere very early there. But like where it is relative to the Shadow Sisters Sirens Shadows, because translation, they're no longer the Shadow Sirens. They were Shadow Sirens in the original. They're just the Shadows now. They're just the Shadows. So they're not the Shadow Sisters, because what happens is Vivian tries to call them the Shadow Sisters, and Bedlam gets all mad because they're not the Shadow Sisters, because Vivian's not a sister, right? And well, there's a line that...
Why would Bedlam need to point that out?
I mean, it's just Bedlam being a transphobic dick is what it is. She doesn't
because she
see...
suggested it.
Yeah,
I had this completely backwards.
Yeah, because the original line in the game is, we are the three... So the sisters in order, I believe each one takes the line. It's the three Shadow Beauties, and then she gets mad. It is Beauties in the original. Beauties, or in the original English, Beauties, and then Bedlam gets mad, telling Vivian that's not correct because Vivian's ugly, and thus they're not. And then they're the Shadow Sirens. But in the new one, they're the three Shadow, and then Vivian says sisters, and then Bedlam goes on her rant about how that's not what it is. And then she refers to the group right before the battle as the three Shadow relation withheld. And like she says the words relation withheld. And so it's sort of, it's not like they go into a super lengthy conversation, nor do they directly say that Vivian's was born male there. It's just like Bedlam gets really mad, and then there's a line where Vivian says it makes her feel really good and happy when Bedlam refers to her as her sister. And it's sort of setting up that trans stuff that's going to come up later, but they're not going to directly say it until Vivian directly says it to Mario in chapter 4.
Yeah, I think that, Vivian probably did say something about being sad about being abused when he met her. Because she was looking for this, I can't remember explicitly what it's called, but it's like the super grenade in the bush. Yeah. She's sad about having to do that because Bedlam's an idiot.
Well, yeah, so numerous times throughout the story, Bedlam goes, Vivian, where is the thing? And Vivian's like, well, you hate me and didn't want to trust me with it because you think I'm stupid, so you have it.
Yes.
And Bedlam's like, no, I don't have it. I'm clearly smart. You fucked up. It's your fault. And that happens like several times. And yeah, the grenade went missing, and then Vivian has to search for it while Bedlam and the other sister who doesn't really talk have some R&R.
I'm actually surprised I remember her name is Marilyn.
Okay, well, Bedlam and Marilyn have some R&R.
Because Marilyn is not a character.
And then Mario finds the grenade and gives it to Vivian. And I don't know if it had the grenade had a unique sprite in the original or not. Because
it should have.
Okay, well, maybe it didn't have a broken sprite, because there's two sprites. One of it not broken and one of it not broken.
Yeah,
and I remember someone saying, like, oh, they made a broken sprite of it. And I was like, oh, is that not in the original?
It didn't have a broken sprite because the way they animated it, I think, was that they just had the fuse fall off.
Oh, yeah, no. In this one, there's a broken sprite where, like, so it looks like an actual hand grenade.
Yes.
And like the lever action where you would pull the pin from, that part's pulled off of it, and it's like there's a spring between it and the like grenade shell, and that's what the broken strike kind of looks like. But so that was one thing that I remember hearing someone talk about the change. But yeah, for the most part, everybody seems to say it's good changes. The only thing I've heard with as far as the frame rate goes, which is the big thing some people were mad about, is that if you're super used to the original and you have the buttons down really well, you may have trouble with it. And that's the major concern I have. But yeah, I figured I'd give you all the, list you a bunch of the changes here and everything. And for the most part, it's there's also, and I think you already know about this and we may have already talked about it, there's also 2 new secret bosses.
Oh, we didn't talk about them, but I found out about them, and if it did ever come up, I was gonna mention that one of the secret bosses coming in, like, I don't know who on the team was doing it, but somebody, like, unless it was a huge coincidence, somebody had to have been paying attention to the modding scene around this game.
Why is there a?
I can't imagine one of the secret bosses being inspired any other way, to be honest.
Okay, which secret boss is it that you're referring to?
The second Bone Tail.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. What I think is crazy about both bosses is both bosses are easily able to do 25 damage with a single attack, and they can do those attacks. They can do multiple of that attack in one round. So,
I will say that the Glitzville one I thought was a pretty smart idea.
Yeah, the Glitzville one, when I heard about it, I was like, wait, that's not in the original? That feels like it's something that would have been in there. Like, sounds like something I would have believed is in the original.
Yeah, it should have been, but the only thing there after you leave is you can just grind Rockhawk over and over again.
Gotcha. But yeah, so I've watched a player who's way better at the game than me fight the 2 secret bosses. I'm pretty sure I can take down Bone Tail number 2 pretty quickly, because while Bone Tail number 2 can dish out a lot of damage really fast, they don't have anything that I noticed that makes it so they're immune to damage. But there is essentially a phase that the Glitzville one goes into that makes it so that you have to super block their attack that does 25 damage in order to make it so they're even available to be damaged. Now, it's like a phase, so like when you get them down to a certain amount of health. So I'm pretty sure I could get to that phase. I just feel like I'd have to get really lucky because he's at low enough health that I think if I'm set up perfectly right there, if I can get the super guard, I can beat him the next turn, but I don't know for sure if I could get the super guard, because the attack he does is a series of attacks that, like, in rapid succession, like there's a series of hit in rapid succession. All you need to do is super block one of the hits, but each hit does 25 damage. So if you get hit like twice, you're dead. Like,
yeah, probably.
Like, maybe if you have like a fuck ton of defense, you can survive 2 of them, because like you can maybe lower it by 5 each, and then you take 40 and you might have 50 HP or something. But yeah, so difficulty wise, it doesn't seem to have changed. I think you mentioned that which you said chapter 8 was the big difficulty spike in your mind.
Yeah, from what I remember, because
chapter 8 the moon.
No, chapter 8 is
the final one.
Palace.
Okay. So I've heard people mention, and I didn't necessarily feel it myself, but I can see why there is a specific attack the boss does that I think is very difficult. If you play like a certain playstyle, because if you have a certain badge setup, you can survive it, because it's like a shit ton of hits, but they're all like 3. So if you have high enough defense, at that point you can just like guard them normally without having to super guard or anything. But the boss of the moon, like the moon itself not being difficult, but the boss of the moon, I've heard people say is a difficulty spike.
Yeah,
And I can see how. I just didn't have that difficulty myself.
It's a bit of one, but it's honestly manageable. Like it's not such a pain in the ass. I would definitely say my bigger problem with Chapter 8 is the finale being 3 boss fights in a row, especially since like one of them I always felt was unnecessary because the middle boss fight is a joke.
Also, sort of 5 in a way. Like, there's not too many enemies between the shadow sirens and like the last fight of the shadows/shadow sirens, and the next, the final bosses. But yeah, I mean, you do get a heal between the final boss and the 2 bosses before, but you do have to fight the 2 bosses before back to back, and I hear that can be rather difficult for some people.
But ultimately I will say with like Street Fighter 6 is that at the very least I am glad that people got the game that they wanted and that they're having fun with it. Because like I said back then, like you never know when companies are gonna fuck around and completely screw the pooch. So when you actually get a game that people wanna, I don't know, from the sound of it, they want to put it at the same 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 that the original was, then, I'm happy for you. It's just, I personally have no interest in the remake, and I'm gonna keep the original.
Sure. You don't want to see like the differences in the dialogue because of how it's closer to the Japanese and stuff, and that doesn't interest you enough, or at least not enough to make you buy it, I guess.
I mean, I could take a look at this, I could take another look at this video and remind myself, like...
Well, so this video only goes up through Chapter 4, I believe, of a bunch of changes they noticed. Then they mentioned that they don't want to go through everything else, and rather have people play the game or something. But
yeah, unless I hear, like, there were, like, major differences that, maybe, but, like...
I mean, I think there's some major differences.
If it's just recoloring the original, then yeah, I'm probably not going to have any interest.
Gotcha. Well, part of me is tempted to... I do recommend you give the video a try, because there's a couple things I glossed over. Like, they... in the Boggly Woods, I forget his name, but the like, red and white shirted, like, mustache vendor that, like, travels around?
Grubs?
Yeah, whatever his name is, they put him in Chapter 2 where he wasn't originally. He doesn't have his normal inventory that he has like in Rogueport when you talk to him. Like he has an assortment of random specific stuff when you talk to him in Rogueport, and like it changes every so often. In fact, you can just like go a few rooms away from him, walk back, and keep doing that until you find the thing you want from him. However, in Chapter 2, they put him like outside, like not too far from the entrance of the tree, so that like before you go in the dungeon, if there's any items you want to buy, you can buy them. So that way you don't have to backtrack all the way to Rogueport.
Well,
he doesn't sell anything special. He just sells basic stuff.
I guess beyond that, it's probably the end of our topic today, because I need to get out of here, unfortunately.
Sounds good. But yeah, I do recommend you watch that video given time. I'm also semi-tempted, and I don't know how we would do this because the last time we did a Switch game, we played it at your house. And maybe that's what we do, and I just bring my copy. But I'm semi-tempted to play through this version of the game just to once again experience how great of a game it is. And also so that you can see the changes while just remembering how fun the original story was and stuff. For streams, potentially.
If you really wanted to go to the easy route, like completely non-equipment stuff, the only way I can really think of it is that we would have to pull a long play from somebody.
Yeah, I'd rather play it myself.
The only thing I can tell you about that is that you'd have to find some way to record it.
I mean, yeah, as I said, one way we could do it is the same way we did Pokemon Snap. It's just I bring it to your place, right?
I mean,
And
I would need. I think that might have to be something that we postpone until I have the opportunity to actually move to the TC, which might not happen for several years.
I just assume I would go to your house. I don't.
Well, I don't know if you want to go to my house like 4 times.
I mean, we did it for Pokemon. I was living in the TC when we did Pokemon Snap. That was a few times.
I thought we did that as a one-shot.
I think we got through it in like 2, maybe 3 sessions total, but because it's definitely a bigger game, so I feel like we got through it. Like it took longer than just one time, because the new Snap is a longer game than the original Snap.
Yeah. Well, I'm like, that was not at the time when I was renting things, so if I had it myself, I would have had to have a copy, but I don't think I do.
I mean, maybe we used my copy. Like, my point is, like, we don't have to buy or rent a copy. At the end of the day, I can just use mine. Oh, I have to go under live, don't I? I was under videos trying to find when we played it and how many sessions it was.
Yeah, it's under the live tab.
Boy, we've played a lot of stuff.
Well, we've been doing this, I think, since 2020 or 2021.
True. And it was a while ago, because I'm like, Bug Fables, there's Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls, there's Danganronpa 2.
And I didn't put any this stuff in playlists.
There's Tulip. There's Tulip. Nah, you don't have to. Okay, so we did it. Let's play New Pokemon Snap. We did it in 2.5 parts, you have it labeled as.
Huh.
There's part... I don't know where part 1 is, weirdly enough, because I see part 2, and then I see episode 2-half, which is an 1.5 long, but then episode 2 is 3 hours long. And my guess is maybe the first one didn't record properly and became
that was probably
like a normal video.
That was probably the Elgato breaking, to be honest.
Yeah, it became a normal video, otherwise it just ceases to exist. I don't know. Shit, it might just cease to exist. I don't see it on the main channel under normal videos. And I went far enough to find what I assume was the previous game, which was the very first Ace Attorney game.
Yeah, I was thinking I might have uploaded it as a regular video, but I extremely doubt that happened.
It's not there, so yeah, part 2 and part 2.5 are the only things that are there, but there's presumably at one point in time existed a part 1. So,
well,
there you have it. It did take, but my point is, there we go. That was basically three runs, and I'm pretty sure we could probably get Paper Mario done in Thousand Year Door in like 3, maybe 4 runs. So, like, my point is, it's doable.
Well, we can always table it and see what happens.
Besides, another thing we can always do with it, if we decide to do it, is we can like, do it during a different time. Like, we do it, like, earlier on a Saturday or something, and then, like, that way it's not late at night and I have to drive late at night or anything like that, you know? That's one way we could do it.
Yeah, we would probably have to actually schedule it then.
Right, yeah. It's something to talk about in the future, not something we need to figure out now. We have a lot of Persona 5 left.
We have at least 11 more parts.
Right, we have a lot of Persona 5. I definitely want to play that soon, or I want to finish that first, obviously. And then other games I think I want to play before we would do Paper Mario. Potentially Ghost Trick, I think that's on my wheel. And then I know for sure the next...
I guess it really doesn't matter, but considering that I did start Final Fantasy Tactics a while ago, that was when I officially tabled Final Fantasy VII for this.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, it looks like I don't. There's one empty spot on my wheel right now that I could put anything on. My wheel right now is the next Mortal Kombat game, Life is Strange, Final Fantasy VII, Pokemon Fusion, Danganronpa V3, and Ace Attorney, like the next ones. And the games I want to finish P5, of course, but then I also kind of want to make sure we get to Danganronpa V3 like relatively soon at this point.
It's certainly been a while.
Yeah, because it's been a hot minute since we finished that series. Like, I don't feel like we need to get back to Ace Attorney, not because like it's not been as long, but because like we're in a really good stopping point for Ace Attorney, right? We're between like arcs, like we're between like eras of that series. So like, I feel like that's good, but like V3 is the only one we have yet to play. Like, we watched the anime together, we played 1, 2, and Ultra Despair Girls. Like, it's the last thing to play.
It's the last thing ever. And, you know, 4 is definitely never happening ever.
Yeah. There is still the new game they made that I want to play, but it's only on Switch. I haven't gotten it on Switch. I don't know if it's coming to PC or not. I guess I haven't looked into it. I just assumed it was, but I don't think it's on PC yet.
Well, considering that we're still planning things, we'll get back to that. But I really need to head out here.
Yep,
soon.
no, we're good. Yep, let's head out.
Well,